Hello. Okay. Good evening. We'd like to start the Planning Commission meeting today for Monday, May 8th, 2023. Just want to let you know the different methods by which you can watch our meeting tonight. That's in person here at the City of Pinole Council Chambers at 2131 Pear Street, as well as live on Channel 26. We will be video streaming live at the city's website, www.ci.pinole.ca.us. You can also join us via Zoom video conference, and that's at https://web.zoom.us/j/j/865-053-75301. Or alternatively at https://zoom.us.join. And it would be with the webinar ID 865-053-75301. And just a friendly reminder, when using the Zoom feature and function, please be sure to use your raising hand function if you wish to speak at any point. Additionally, if you wish to join us via telephone conference, you can reach us at 1-669-900-6833, or you can alternatively dial 1-253-215-8782, or our final number is 1-346-248-7799. Speakers wishing to speak will need to provide their name, city of residence, and although providing this, it is not required for any participation in tonight's meeting. Each speaker will be afforded up to 5 minutes to speak. Thereafter, speakers will be muted until their opportunity to provide any public comment at such time. When the chair opens for a comment period for an item you wish to speak on, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 if connecting via telephone, which will alert staff that you have a comment to provide. Once you have been identified to speak, please check to make sure that you have unmuted yourself in the video conference application, or press *6 if connecting via telephone. Reaching us via written comments, please submit any written comments to our planning staff before the meeting via email to City Manager Dave Hanham. His email address is DHAN as in Nancy, HAM as Mike, at ci.pinole.ca.us. Please be sure to include your full name, city of residence, and the agenda item you are commenting on. And please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Frankie Martinez, and I'll be the chair for this part of this evening's meeting. So at this point, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And one thing that we're doing a little different this evening, folks, is we'll be signing in and bringing on our new planning commissioners. So in consideration of that, what I'd like to do is move on to item B4, which is our oath of office. So item B4, excuse me. So the first item under that that we're going to do this evening will be our oath of office for our new planning commissioners. Additionally, item number 2, we will be moving into the selection of new planning commission chair, vice chair, and the ad hoc planning commission subcommittee for 2023 and 2024. Additionally, we'll also be doing planning commission orientation as well. So with that said, I'd like to hand this this part of the presentation and orientation over to our city planning manager, Mr. Dave Hanham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could have the new incoming planning commissioners come right up to the front, right in front of where Frankie is, kind of, we can all stand and we'll take the oath right there. And then we have places for you to be seated. And so we'll put your name tags in and we'll and we'll go from there. I also have a couple things for you to sign, so we'll get all that taken care of. Okay, if you raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear. You guys can do it all at the same time, so okay. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter. All right, congratulations. So now I've got some things for you to sign.
Okay, folks, we'll begin this evening's meeting now with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can ask everybody to stand and face the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
We'd also like to continue with the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge the Ohlone people. We are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. And we thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support. And we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next step, we'd like to begin the roll call. City Manager Dave Hennon, please.
Sure. Commissioner Bender. Commissioner Julian.
Present.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Present.
Commissioner Benzuli.
Here.
Commissioner Menes.
Here.
Chair Martinez.
Here.
The records show that Commissioner Banuelos has as a excused absence, but he'll be here later in the meeting.
We'll now continue on with item C, citizens to be heard. Public may address the planning commission on items that are within its jurisdiction and not otherwise listed on the agenda. Planning commissioners may discuss the matter brought to their attention, but by state law, the Ralph M. Brown Act, action must be deferred to a future meeting. Time allowed will be 5 minutes each. Justin, do we have anybody on the telephone?
Yes, I see one hand raised online from Kevin Carmichael. So Kevin, when you're ready, please feel free to unmute yourself.
You there?
Yeah, he's still muted, it looks like. Kevin, did you have a comment? You can unmute yourself.
I need to come back to him.
Okay, Kevin, if you're speaking, we still can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted though. So I'm not sure if there's a technical issue.
Through the chair, it sounds like we may be having a technical difficulty on Zoom that Pinole TV is trying to figure out right now.
Would you like us to recess for a few minutes while we reset that? Would that be
Let's
advised?
take a brief recess until.
Excellent. Thank you kindly. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, folks, and see if we can get that Zoom reset. Thank you.
Us. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, folks, thank you for your patience whilst we work through our technical issues there. We'd like to call the meeting back to order. And with that, we're going to move over again. We'll try the citizens to be heard. Item C. So the public may address the Planning Commission on items that are within its jurisdiction and not otherwise listed on the agenda. Planning commissioners may discuss the matter brought to their attention, but by state law, the Ralph M. Brown Act, action must be deferred to a future meeting. Time allowed will be 5 minutes each. Having said that, Justin, I'd like to hand that over to you. Is there anybody online that would like to be heard this evening?
Great. Yeah, I do see two people with hands up. Let's see. Oh, Kevin Carmichael had his hand up. Looks like he's unmuted. Kevin, if you'd still like to speak, I think you're able to right now.
Oh, all right. Kevin Carmichael here from Sacramento, California. I'm actually going to be speaking on agenda item E1. I had originally raised my hand just to notify the commission that that there was no audio coming through the Zoom. So I appreciate you fixing that, and I'll talk to you on the agenda item E1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next caller is from the phone number ending in the numbers 5748. And then if you press *6, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Anthony. I'm a longtime resident of Pinole, homeowner and taxpayer of over 40 years. I had first a housekeeping issue, but I want to thank the new chair for the very thorough and detailed introduction at the start of the meeting, and welcome him and the new members to the Planning Commission as well. That is fully staffed, thank goodness. That almost wasn't, but anyway, as a housekeeping question, and I know Mr. Martinez addressed that, was there is no phone number that is being posted on the screens on the meetings again on Zoom, and it has to be either picked up off the internet or wait for somebody at the last minute to make the announcement of the telephone number. And I was told by several people, whether it's true or not, that the present television station equipment does not lend to having enough space to put 9-digit telephone number or the 600-digit telephone number there on the screen. I think they should just reduce the size of the font, move everything over, abbreviate Monday and what have you with the ID number, and include the phone number, at least make an attempt to do that moving forward on all of the meetings. And you have several directors, if not managers there, that are staffed by the city of Pinole that are making the kind of money that can look into something like that, or just requisition some new equipment for Mr. David Snell to accommodate that request to engage more of public participation and public comment. That being said, I'd like to also make a comment on the Ohlone Indian or indigenous people introductions that are printed as well as orally presented at every meeting. I think Pinole is in a position to do more than just talk with empty statements and empty words or half empty statements and words about the Ohlone people. I have to ask if someone there on the staff can tell me if there is in fact any dedicated location, trail, park within the city of Pinole that has the Ohlone name on it. And I couldn't find one, but every other East Bay city has one, if not two, all the way down to Hayward, Oakland. El Cerrito has a Ohlone trail right along the BART line, a walking trail, a bike riding trail, etc. And therefore I would request that the city of Pinole look into that and maybe adopt the Ohlone Trail somewhere alongside the Pinole Creek, behind the bowling alley, or better yet, out behind the dog park on Adobe Road, and name it after the Ohlone people, if they can clean up that trail out there and fill in the giant sinkhole breach, as well as open up that trail and remove all the debris that the city used as a dumping ground out there over 10 to 15 to 20 years ago as their garbage dump alongside the, in addition to the dog park. That's what it originally was. There's storm drains out there, concrete pilings, 4-inch thick storm drains all along that trail on the right-hand side of the trail behind the dog park. And Mayor, the previous city manager and Public Works Director Tamara Miller and Mrs. I forget her name, the lady that left us. She said they would put it on a priority list, and it never came to fruition. So the dumpings are still out there, little pyramids of Egypt, debris, and so on. Along also the city of Pinole hasn't maintained the street lights. Again, I must ask for help there, because there's 2 or 3 more street lights that are out on San Pablo Avenue, just below the Crockett Auto Body strip mall over there on that side of the street. By that new build out, there are 2 or 3 tall street light lamps that are pitch dark there. The lights up and down Pinole Valley Road are out from Henry.
Anthony, I just wanted to let you know that your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Mod Pizza and Trader Joe's Shopping Center. The street lamps are out. When are we going to get our new street
Sir,
lamp poles?
Mr. Tony, we'd like to remind you that you've reached your 5-minute limit. And in an effort to be respectful of the folks here tonight, let's go ahead and move on to the next, if there's anyone else waiting to speak tonight. Justin, or was that the last one?
That was the last one.
Excellent. Thank you for your help with that. Okay, so sorry for the confusion here, folks. We just had a couple of last-minute changes. So what we'd like to do now is I'm going to hand the meeting back over to City Planning Manager Dave Hannum and Alex Mogg. We will need to work through the assignment of the new chair and vice chair, as well as the subcommittee for the City of Pinole's Planning Commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, the way this will work is that we're looking for nominations for the chair position of the Planning Commission for the 23-24 year. So if there's anybody who would like to make a recommendation for the chair, then we'll be able to take those, and then we'll be able to vote on them. Alex, we can do the vice chair and vice chair at the same time, or no? We can? Okay. We'll just take the nominations for the chair first. So if there's anybody who wants to nominate. Commissioner Menace?
Before we begin nominating, I'd like to make my usual ex parte comments, because I think we moved past that in the roll call bit. First off, with regards to this item in particular, I had past discussions with Chair Martinez about a week ago, I think, inquiring as to whether I would be willing to serve as chair or vice chair. I indicated I'd be amenable, and I also had a conversation with Irma Ruport, who indicated in her opinion that Commissioner Bender would be an excellent chair. And that was about 2 weeks ago, I think. More broadly, in terms of other conversations, I went ahead and sent out a notice of this meeting to my email list as usual.
So with that, does anyone have a nomination for chair?
I guess I'd like to put forth, if folks are still agreeable, there has been some discussion with Commissioner Adam Benzuli about the potential of him hosting chair for the next 2023-24 season. Commissioner Benzuli, is that something still of interest to you?
I'm sure, unless anybody else is interested as well.
Commissioner Menes, would you still have an interest in potentially being our chair? Or Commissioner Bender?
No.
I would be fine as either chair or vice chair, depending on how people want to do things.
Excellent.
Okay, so since we do have a nomination for Commissioner Benzuli to be chair, we can take that vote. Or if we're amenable to have a nomination for a vice chair, we can do that as well, and then we can take them both at the same time. So if you want to open up we can open up the nominations for vice chair.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Rafael Menes as vice chair for the 2023-2024 season of Planning Commission. Okay.
All right,
So
so
what I hear is a motion from Commissioner Martinez for Commissioner Benzuli to be chair and Commissioner Menes to be vice
Yeah.
chair. And so we need a second on that.
yes,
I'll second.
okay. We have a motion and a second. So
Can you give us the roll?
sure. Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb Julian,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Yes.
Commissioner Menes,
Yes.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Yes.
Chair Martinez.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. So the chair for the 23-24 season will be Adam Benzuli and the vice chair will be Rafael Menes. So if you guys want to switch seats, or if you just want to move the gavel to Adam for this meeting, and we'll however you guys want to take over for that.
Would the next thing be for the ad hoc planning commission subcommittee chair?
Yep, yeah, we would like a motion. And for those of you who kind of give you a little orientation of the ad hoc committee, the ad hoc committee is made up of 3 commissioners. And they basically, what happens, they reviewed a lot of designs of the projects. A lot of, when bigger projects come in, we will call the ad hoc together, and you'll review the project and make some comments, and then we work with the developers and that. So it's a pretty good committee. It's ad hoc. We meet, the meetings are irregular, but we will set them up when needed. So, but we need a committee for the year. So with that, then we would need nominations and there'd be 3 members on that committee.
I guess I would definitely be willing to participate on the ad hoc subcommittee for the incoming year 2023-2024. Any others?
I would be also willing to be on the ad hoc committee for the next year, or for this year, actually.
I would be willing to continue on the ad hoc subcommittee.
Okay, so now we'll need a motion in a second to confirm that, right, Alex? We'll need a motion in a second.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Menes, and Commissioner Bender to the ad hoc planning commission subcommittee for 2023-2024.
I second that.
Is for
Take a roll.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Lam Julian,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Menes,
Yes.
Chair Benzuli.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
I think we are moving on to item B4.3, Planning Commission Orientation and Presentation. I think that is you, commend, Mr. Adam.
I'll be turning this over to Mr. Mogg
Demog.
for a brief presentation on the Brown Act for tonight's.
Thanks, Dave. So hopefully there will be a PowerPoint going up there in a minute. But we're gonna have a little quick crash course on some things for the Planning Commission to keep in mind. Particularly the Brown Act and a couple other issues. And you're not expected to memorize everything tonight, just to get, especially for the new commissioners, to get this info in your head. And, of course, feel free to reach out to me or Dave if you ever have questions about any of this. So next slide, please. Next slide. One more. Thank you. So the Brown Act, some of you may be aware of this, some not, but the Brown Act is California's open meeting law. And it requires meetings of local legislative bodies to be open and public. So there are 3 prongs, and we will talk tonight about what each one of those means. So next slide. So what is a legislative body? A legislative body is a governing body. So the city council is a legislative body. Any standing committees of that body, the city council has a finance committee, that's a legislative body. Appointed bodies like the planning commission is a legislative body, and there's a lot of other examples, and including sometimes private organizations that receive funding from the city, and who the council makes appointments to, that those might be legislative bodies. So there's a broad range of examples. Next slide, please. So what's the definition of a meeting, right? The Brown Act says that meetings of legislative bodies have to be open. We just talked about very briefly what's a legislative body. So the next question is, what's a meeting? So a meeting is a congregation of a majority of the members of a body at the same time and place to hear, discuss, deliberate on an item of business within the agency's subject matter jurisdiction. So that means, for example, on the planning commission, there are 7 of you. So if 4 of you are ever, discussing or hearing or deliberating or acting on something that's within your jurisdiction, that's becomes a meeting. So just to stress that point a little bit, it's not just acting. It's not just we're gonna, meet in secret and vote on something. It could be just listening, frankly, just listening to someone else talk about something within your control, within your jurisdiction would be an issue. And so it's within your subject matter jurisdiction. So anything related to development or planning in the city or projects, that's all within your subject matter jurisdiction. So that's where it would become an issue. If you all, want to meet at the farmer's market and discuss, who has the best strawberries, that's fine. You could do that as a majority. But what you couldn't do is go to that same meeting and discuss, should we have revoke the permit for this event, something like that. So next slide, please. There are a number of exceptions to this rule, but they're still relatively limited. So community meetings, if you go to a community meeting that's put on by another group, if you go to a conference, the Planners Academy, Planning Academy conference, if you go to meetings of other bodies, like you go to a city council meeting, none of those qualify as meetings as long as you still don't meet to discuss among yourselves as a majority. So if you go to a city council meeting to hear them talk about, the general plan, that's fine. But you shouldn't, 4 of you shouldn't stand in the back corner and huddle among yourselves to, say what you think. Next slide, please. So, the easy way to think about, and the common way we think about a meeting is that it's 4 people, 4 of you gathered in a room together or gathered someplace together. But a meeting can also happen through serial meetings, through serial contacts, where the individual, an individual interaction may not be qualify as a meeting, but when you add up a number of those individual meetings, individual contacts together, you have a meeting in place. Next slide, please. And just to be clear, this would be individual contacts between you all. So the fact that you might talk with Dave and Dave might have a conversation with each one of you separately, that doesn't on its own create a serial meeting. It can, but it doesn't necessarily on its own. So we'll talk about the specific situations to avoid. So next slide, please. So one more slide, one more. There we go. Thank you. So hub and spoke is where think about a bicycle wheel. There's a hub in the middle, and then all the different spokes are all the different planning commission. So I mentioned talking to Dave one-on-one doesn't create a meeting, a serial meeting, as long as Dave is not communicating what he's discussing with each one of you. So if Dave has a meeting with Commissioner Bender and then has a one-on-one meeting with Commissioner Menace and tells and then after he has a meeting with Commissioner Menace, has a meeting with Commissioner Martinez and Chair Benzuli. And when he has his one-on-one meeting with Chair Benzuli, he says, well, you wouldn't believe what, this is what Commissioner Martinez said. This is what Commissioner Menace said. This is what Commissioner Bender said. Now suddenly that's a serial meeting because through Dave, the commission, the majority of them have communicated about a topic. Next slide, please. We can keep going. One more, I think. Yeah. So a daisy chain is the other example. And this is an example where, Commissioner Bender talks to Commissioner Menace, and Commissioner Menace talks to Commissioner Martinez. And in that conversation, Commissioner Menace mentions what Commissioner Bender says. And then Commissioner Martinez talks to Chair Benzuli. And Chair Benzuli says, this is what Commissioner Martinez said. And Commissioner Martinez told me this is what Chair, so on and so forth until indirectly you've had a communication before. So that's another example of a common type of serial meeting, which is why we really encourage you to not have, if you talk to another commissioner, that's fine, but to really limit what you say to them and to certainly limit the number of them you're talking to. Next slide. Emails are another way to have easy serial meetings. You might, if you send out an email to everyone, that's a serial meeting if it's about something between the planning commission. If staff sends out a meeting to you, let's say staff, like they do, sends out the agenda and you reply to all the commissioners and say like, I oppose, I want to nominate Commissioner Benzuli to be chair, and you do that in your email. Well, now that's something where you've indirectly through email communicated with everyone. And so that's why staff will usually try to send you emails blind copy so you can't accidentally reply all. Next slide, please. Social media. A few years ago, the legislature adopted some rules dealing specifically with social media. So they, just to clarify the rules. So bright line rule. If any member of the planning commission posts something on social media, you can't engage with that post in any way. So you can't respond directly. So that could be responding and posting a comment. It could be liking it. It could be retweeting it. It could be sharing it. Any of that is prohibited. If it's within your subject matter jurisdiction, if someone posts, go Warriors, that's fine for you to like that. And the other thing that's a bright line rule for people who are posting, who are on this commission. If someone else outside the commission posts, you can still engage with that. But the normal rules would apply. So just like email, you don't want to communicate through someone else's post. So if someone, comments in response to a, Facebook post, and you respond to their comment, or you also comment on it, you're getting close to having a majority. So that's why I just recommend it, not to respond or engage with any posts about the items within your jurisdiction. So next slide, please. Closed session. So we won't spend much time on this. The city council mostly. So playing Brown Act, all meetings of legislative bodies have to be open and public. This meeting is open and public. Occasionally, bodies can meet in closed session to discuss things that the legislature has decided are need to be confidential, real estate negotiations, certain labor and employment stuff. But that's all, for the most part, something that would be before the city council and the planning commission wouldn't normally have any reason to meet in closed session. So, Dave, if you can go on to the next slide, keep going. Keep going. There we go. So, we post to make sure our meetings are open and public. We post agendas for regular meetings. The agendas are posted 72 hours ahead of time. They give the public explanation of what's going on. Things can't be added to the agenda last minute, except in very limited circumstances, in an emergency, which, really involves an immediate threat to public health and safety, or if there's an urgency where something came to the attention of the body after the agenda would be posted. Again, these are, I can't think of the time when there would be a need for the planning commission to take up something under either of those two. Occasionally you see the city council do that, especially, as they're responding to events of the day, or especially during early COVID days, that happens. Next slide, please. So public participation, members of the public have the right to comment generally to the planning commission, and then on each item before the planning commission takes any action. As a commission, you can briefly discuss, you can ask clarifying questions, you might ask staff to get back to you with information, but can't take any action on the item, can't discuss it in any detail. Next slide, please. Public has a right to be here and to film you and to record you, even though this is already being filmed and recorded. That's something the public has the right to do, as long as they're doing it in a non-disruptive way. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, Dave. So teleconference, and this has changed a lot over the last couple of years. So traditionally under the Brown Act, everything's open and public. The public should come down to City Hall and have the meeting here in person. But the Brown Act always had a way for members to participate remotely. Under the Brown Act's traditional requirements. You had to list where you were going to participate from on the agenda. And that area had to be open to the public, and you had to post there. And a quorum still had to be within the district boundaries. So if you were sick at home, first of all, you'd need to know you were going to be sick in time before the agenda was posted. You'd have to put your home address on there, and you'd have to open up the door so that anyone who wanted to participate from there could do that. So in the past, you never saw people really participate remotely. If they were sick or if they weren't feeling well, you saw them participate remotely. If they were on vacation far away where no one was going to come show up at their hotel room in Hawaii to participate in the meeting. Next slide, please. Briefly, during COVID, those rules changed and it got very easy to participate remotely, but that ended March 1st of this year. So now, if you want to participate remotely and not post your address of where you're participating from, you have to rely on AB 2449. And this, you can't use this for any reason. You can only use it if you have just cause or emergency circumstances. And we will discuss what that means in a second. But it's not for any reason. It's really just specific circumstances. And we'll go over those right now. So next slide, please. So just cause means you have a caregiving need or child caregiving need. you have a contagious illness, you have a need related to physical and mental disability, or you're on travel with official business for a public agency. Emergency circumstances means a physical or family medical emergency. For just cause, you can only use that to miss two regular meetings, you can only use that to miss 2 meetings per calendar year. So it's very limited. So even if you have contagious illness 3 times, you can only use just cause twice. You have to miss the 3rd meeting or potentially call it an emergency circumstance. So next slide. If you're doing emergency circumstances, that requires the approval of the body. They have to vote on that. You have to, whenever you're participating remotely, provide a general description of why you're participating remotely and identifying other adults that are in the room off camera. And I mentioned you can only use just cause for 2 meetings here. You can only use just cause in emergency circumstances combined for no more than 20% of the regular meetings within a calendar year and no more than 3 consecutive months. So that's a lot of information to throw at you very quickly. I don't expect you to remember that all, but if for some reason you think you won't be able to attend a meeting in person, you should reach out as soon as possible to Dave, and we can have a conversation about whether it makes sense for you to participate remotely and what your options might be. So next slide, please. So briefly, just to touch on the role of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is the advisory body to the City Council on matters related to city growth and development through the zoning code and general plan. So there are other things that deal with growth and development in the city. Think about the building codes and requirements that may be part of that. That's not part of the, or, capital improvement plans. Those aren't as much within the city, the Planning Commission's authority to act directly on those issues. Determining, minimum wage or, labor standards within the city. That's not within the Planning Commission's jurisdiction. They're really focused on the zoning code and general plan and development and determining what the parameters you want in the zoning code and general plan to be. And then when projects come before you, determine if they comply with the relevant requirements in the general plan and zoning code. So in addition to serving as advisory body to the City Council, you also serve as the final decision maker regarding most land use permits that come before the city, and the zoning code determines who the decision maker is for each type of land use permit. Sometimes it's Dave in his capacity of planning manager, sometimes it's the Planning Commission, and very rarely it's the City Council. So next slide, please. So just to touch on briefly, the 2 types of land use permits you'll see come before you the most often are conditional use permits and comprehensive design review. I want to make a distinction, make sure a distinction within them is clear. So a use permit, the purpose of a conditional use permit is for the individual review of uses, typically having unique or unusual site development features or operating characteristics. Conditional use permits are intended to ensure compatibility with surrounding areas and uses where such uses are deemed essential or desirable to the various elements or objectives of the general plan. So when someone is applying for a conditional use permit, you're really looking at the use. Is this a good use for the site, for the community, for the different aspects of that project and that use? And the zoning code establishes findings you have to make when you approve a conditional use permit or review one. And you should be reviewing those findings in with this purpose in mind. And I want to contrast this with, if you next slide, please, Dave, site development review, and that should say comprehensive design review. But the The comprehensive design review is intended to provide a process for consideration of development proposals to ensure that the design and layout of commercial, retail, industrial, or institutional uses or multifamily residential development will constitute suitable development and will not result in a detriment to the city of Pinole or to the environment. And so when you're evaluating a design review, you're not looking at the use, right? That the zoning code already says this is a permitted use for the site. Or sometimes it will say this is a permitted use for the site. What you're looking for much more is the way this use is being proposed, the building, the site, the circulation, the layout, all those things. Is that the way it should be designed? Or is there something, should we tinker with the design of the project to make sure it's compatible with the surroundings and that sort of thing? So these are high level things, but I just wanted to point out the distinction between those two permits to you tonight. Tonight, you happen to have a project before you that's requesting both types of land use permits because that's common when you have sometimes when you have a new development that's requiring a conditional use permit. But a lot of times you'll get permits that are just for comprehensive design review. And so it's important to think about that distinction. And then for housing projects, that's sort of a whole nother layer that we'll talk about later on about state housing laws and how those restrict the city's discretion. But that's not for tonight. So next slide, please. Last thing we're going to touch on really quickly is fair process and due process. So the Planning Commission in the City Council both have two roles. Sometimes they serve as a legislative body, right? When you are making rules and policies. So whenever you're making recommendations to the City Council about the zoning code or the general plan, you're serving as a legislative body. So that, when we recommend an approval of the housing element a few weeks ago, you were serving in a legislative body. When you are applying those rules to individual situations, so in particular, when the Planning Commission does that is permits. You are taking a permit and you're evaluating the permit application based on the rules that the city has established in the zoning code and general plan. And when you're serving in that capacity, you're serving in a quasi judicial role, which is, almost like a judge, not quite, but you're serving in that role. And when you're serving in that role, the people who come before you have procedural due process rights. And basically that means that they have the opportunity they have the right to notice and the opportunity to be heard. So that's why we always have public hearings and the applicant can participate and the public can participate. And those public hearings are noticed. And the Planning Commission also has the applicant and the public also have a right to a fair and impartial decision maker. So next slide, please. So what does it mean to be fair and impartial? That means you don't have pre-decisional bias, which means you haven't made up your mind about a project until that project comes before you. So you should not commit to any position or make any statements about a project until the public hearing is over. So that means before the meeting, when you're talking to, members of the public come up to you, you should let them know, you're reserving judgment until you've been at the meeting and you have a chance to discuss, and hear the public hearing. And then also during the meeting itself, you'll see, we normally have a staff report and an opportunity for questions. And that happens before the public has spoken. And so that time is really for questions. It's not for your comments. It's not for you to express an opinion about the project. It's really just to ask staff clarifying questions. If you do have conversations with people outside of the public hearing, that's fine. You just want to put those on the record. So when the item is called up, when you're making your comments, or you're asking your questions during that item, you should note that on the record now. It's not necessary to, make that disclosure outside of items that are having public hearings. That's when you need to make that disclosure. Next slide, please. I think that was the last slide. Yes. So that was a lot of information. If there's any questions, happy to take them now, or happy to, we can talk after the meeting, or feel free to reach out anytime in the future. So thank you. I'll turn it back, Chair. to you.
Cool. Thank you, Attorney Mogg. Does anyone have any questions on the presentation? All good. Okay. Next item is,
I believe there's someone online who wants to make a public comment.
okay.
Okay, so it's the person with the phone number ending in 5748. And you can speak after you press *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to comment on the presentation, the brief presentation that was just made by the city attorney regarding the Brown Act and the commissioners. And I wondered if the fact that there are several new commissioners as well as a few new council people, does it on staff now, whether elected or appointed, doesn't the county of Contra Costa or the state of California require those members, be it a new city council person or new commissioner, to actually take a more detailed, formalized workshop seminar on the Brown Act, or their role as city councilman or public planning commissioner? And I guess that would be the attorney's call I'm looking for here. And then regarding the Brown Act, I wanted to remind the new commissioners and then on staff that the public does have the right to comment, but the commissioners also have the right to redirect the comment, ask the staff to take further action or comment on the comment. And that has been done in the past with the past commissioners, Moriarty and Dave Curran. And so I would like that process to continue under fairness and equity for public engagement under the Brown Act, and that some new commissioners may just want to either move on in the case of saving time, or they may not have the answer, or they don't know how to readdress the public comment to direct it for a comment from the city manager, or the in this case the planning manager, city planning manager, or the fact that it could be tabled or put for future discussion or comment or agenda in future meetings. But I haven't experienced that too much tonight, as well as on the some of the meetings that the city council has. It seems like they're worried about the time clock, as well as maybe their position in violating or overstepping the Brown Act at the expense of public engagement and follow-up with the rights that the public has under the Brown Act. So I would like to have the city manager, the city attorney reiterate that and answer those two or comment on those two questions. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you for your comment. Attorney Mogg or Hannah, do you have any Planning Manager Hannah, do you have any comments?
I guess to take the second one first, the commission can always request us to, staff will not proactively, I guess for lack of a better word, answer or respond to comments from members of the public, but of course the members of the commission can always ask for response if there's specific things that they call to. I would say this isn't usually an issue at the planning commission level, but if that's your desire, I would just ask that you wait perhaps until the end of all the commenters, and then have any questions you want addressed, keep track of them and ask at the end. Planning commissioners and members of the city council are required to take ethics course. I'm not sure if that's what the commenter was referring to. It's a 2-hour ethics course. And they have to take it every 2 years, including within a certain amount of time after assuming office. It discusses ethics rules along with the Brown Act.
Thank you. Justin, do we have anybody else on the call?
No, not for this one.
Then I think we are meeting minutes, item number D. Review of the planning commission meeting minutes from April 24th, 2023. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the meeting minutes?
I'll move approval of the meeting minutes of the regular City of Pinole Planning Commission meeting of April 24th, 2023.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Can you roll call Planning Commissioner Hannah?
Before we take the vote, just a note for the commissioners who are new generally, if you were not at the meeting, you can still vote on the minutes if you've watched the meeting and can reflect that it's an accurate summary of what happened, but it's also fine to abstain if you weren't there and didn't watch the meeting.
All right, are we ready? The vote, Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb Julian,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Abstain.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Menace,
Yes.
Chair Benzuli.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1. It's Commissioner Bender abstaining. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, 5. I'm sorry, 5. So he's 5-0 with 1 abstention. Motion still carries.
Okay, I think we are ready to move on to item E, public hearings. For item number 1, the comprehensive design review DR 21-19. Conditional use permit CUP 23-03 and parcel map PM 23-01, the Pinole Shores Phase 2. The consideration of a comprehensive design review, conditional use permit, and parcel map request to develop a project consisting of construction of 2 tilt-up wholesale distribution and warehouse buildings with accessory office space for a total of 117,943 square feet of warehouse and approximately 10,000 square feet of office floor area, as well as site preparation of the vacant 7.37 acre site. The facility will include loading docks, exterior parking and circulation, and stormwater treatment facilities. The project qualifies for CEQA streamlining and exemptions under CEQA guidelines section 15.168 and 15.183. The applicant is Herdman Architecture and Design, 16201 Scientific Way, Irvine, California, 92618. The location is 830-848 San Pablo Avenue. APN numbers 402-230-015, 402-230-016, 402-230-017, 402-230-018, and 402-230-020. The planner is David Hannum. Mr. Planning Manager Hannum, do you have a presentation ready for everyone?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to kind of repeat, we have a conditional use permit and comprehensive design review as well as a parcel map. The conditional use permit covers two areas. One is the use of a warehouse distribution or wholesale distribution, and also a reduction in parking, which we'll get into that. The design review, of course, is the comprehensive design review of the 7.3 acres. Just kind of go back to the next slide, Dave. There we go. So just kind of give you some of the background. Of course, the project site's on just kind of in July of '99, the Pinole Redevelopment Agency adopted an economic development strategy plan. And as a part of that plan, the project area was deemed kind of blighted parcels, but that they could be used to strengthen the industrial uses of the city of Pinole. The plan identified the subject site 848 San Pablo Avenue, the former Anthony Auto Record site, which is actually the entire site, as you can see on the board, which includes basically two light industrial buildings, a building that is used for ancillary commercial uses. Also to the north, we've got the BNSF Railroad. To the south, we have San Pablo Avenue and the existing uses. To the east, we have some existing residential uses, and to the west, we have another industrial user. As part of the Pinole One project, which also was located on the original Anthony's Auto Record site. Upon purchase of the site, the agency, which is basically the redevelopment agency, undertook some environmental cleanup due to the prior use, and upon completion of that cleanup in 2002, the agency received a covenant and environmental restriction from the California Regional Water Quality Board that restricts the use of the site to industrial, commercial, or office use. So no residential use can be used on the building. In April 2005, the agency approved a disposition development agreement, or what we call a DDA, with the Pinole Development Group for the development of the Pinole Shores Business Park, which not only is for 830 to 848 San Pablo Avenue, but he also had a DDA for the original Pinole One project. The project was designed to provide ownership opportunities for small businesses and creating approximately about 150,000 square feet of light industrial with business condominiums that could be used for manufacturing, office, warehousing, and wholesale distribution, as well as retail purposes. So in the beginning, the first building, which is at 812, is more of those ancillary commercial uses, whereas the two buildings in the middle of the property are more of those condominiums to be used as individual businesses. And of course, now the rear of the site, excuse me, the rear of the site is now being used to try to construct the two industrial buildings. You go to the next slide, Dave. So in 2006, the Pinole Shores One project started building and construction of the four buildings, which was identified as 806 and 812, 818 and 820 for San Pablo Avenue. And then in March 20, as those were being started in construction, the Pinole Group started the process of entering into a new DDA for the construction of the Pinole Shores 2 project. But with the economy, the way it happened in 2008, and with the not a lot of interest in terms of industrial development at that time, the property reverted back to the city due to loan payments that the applicant could not make. However, they were able to finish off the Pinole One project, and then on May 28th, 2019, the city entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with General Realty CE or General Corps to purchase the property, and that's the rear property, the phase 2 property. And the negotiations resulted into a DDA with GRP Shores. And that's the project that we're looking at right now. Next slide, Dave. So with that, in terms of the project description, the project has basically three major, as we've stated, it has three major components: the conditional use permit, the comprehensive design review, and the parcel map. The comprehensive design review will review the design of the building, the landscape, and the parking plan, and overall consistency with the Pinole Shores One project. The CUP will determine if wholesale distribution will be allowed at the project site and if a reduction of parking may be granted. And then the third, regarding the parcel map, will review the consolidation of 5 existing parcels do a parcel map into one parcel. Figure 2 will shows in the site plan, the site design. You can see it on the board as well, as part of the project. Of course, the project is a total of 117,943 square feet. It's 2 buildings. Both buildings are 1 story, approximately 43 foot tall. The buildings are actually 40 feet, and there's about a 3-foot parapet that goes around the building to block all the mechanical equipment. So, but has a total of about 43 feet. Building 1 is a 37,482 square foot building. Building 2 is the bigger of the two at 80,461 square feet. And it has a general plan designation of subservice area, or SSA. It has a 3 corridor specific plan land use designation of service sub area, San Pablo Avenue, and it has a zoning designation of office industrial mixed use. So with that, so we can talk a little bit about the building 1. The building 1 is located on the northern portion of the property, which on this map, it kind of gives you a false sense of what's north and south. The buildings are facing north-south. So the side to side is north to south, and the up and down is east and west. Just kind of give you an orientation. But building 1 is consisted of 32,482 square feet of warehouse, research development, industrial space with a 5,000 square foot office space. Building 1, it will have roll-up doors and parking for two trucks and a loading docks. Building 2, which is located south of the building 1, totals 80,000 square feet, inclusive of 75,000 square feet of warehouse research and development, and with 5,000 square feet of office space. Building 2 will have 7 roll-up doors and a parking for 7 trucks at the loading docks. Both buildings will have truck loading docks that face and share a shared alley. In both buildings, the 500,000 square feet of office space is divided into 2 sections. And one is a 25-foot office space, along with a 2,500 square foot mezzanine levels, which can be reached from inside the building, from the warehouse or the office. The ground floor spaces will include a conference room, 2 private offices, a kitchen area, and 4 bathrooms, 2 which are accessible from the office and 2 which are accessible from the warehouse. Each building will contain 2 staircases, one internal to the office space and connect the ground floor with the mezzanine, and the other within the warehouse space, providing a connection from the warehouse floor to the mezzanine level. In terms of parking, the parking of the site, the parking will be improved with 20-foot wide exclusive access road, which will extend from the southeast corner of the site of the perimeter of the footprint to the southwest corner, which you can see on the plan. And it basically follows the same accesses from Pinole Shores 1. So it's a continuous road that connects from San Pablo Avenue, goes all the way through Pinole Shores 1, Pinole Shores 2, and wraps around Pinole Shores 2, and you can exit again on all the way through to San Pablo. As part of the plan, 147 it will have 147 parking spaces. 8 of them will be ADA accessible, and 4 will be clean air carpool van pool spaces. Pursuant to the Bay Area Quality Management District requirements, 19 of the parking spaces will be electric vehicle charging spaces, and 38 spaces will be charger ready. So if the need occurs, and as the businesses grow and there's a need for additional, they can come in and just put additional charging stations. Buildings 1 and 2, spaces they're equipped with 2 docks and roll-up doors. In building 1, there are 2 12 by 30 foot loading spaces for building 1, and 14 by 50 spaces on building 2, 14 by 50. In terms of accessibility for the project will install sidewalks adjacent to the northern side. Dave, you go to the next slide, please. Okay, that's okay. We'll get to that one. The project will install a sidewalk to the northern side of the exclusive access road to provide a pedestrian path to travel between buildings 1 and 2. And then another pedestrian sidewalk is proposed to provide a connection between buildings 2 and the Pinole Shores Business Park, the existing Pinole Shores. So you'll be able to, so they'll be striped, but you'll have striped accesses between the 2 buildings, as well as a sidewalk and striping to be able to access from building 1 to building 2, and from Pinole Shores Part 1 to Part 2. The West Contra Transit Authority serves the project site, or what we call WestCat. The nearest westbound bus stop is located on San Pablo San Pablo Avenue adjacent to the Pinole Shores Business Park. And the nearest eastbound bus stop is actually located across the street at the intersection of San Pablo and Meadow. The draft resolution, which is seen as Exhibit A in your packets, provides conditions of approval number 40 and environmental condition of approval trans 1. That requires the applicant to install a bus shelter with seating at the bus stop on San Pablo Avenue at the project entrance. The applicant is proposing a full-scale preliminary landscape and irrigation plan for the project. The preliminary landscape plan and irrigation outlines the trees and shrubs and ground covers that will be used for the project area. The preliminary landscape and irrigation plans are seen as L100 or 1.00 and L.400 or Exhibit C in your packets, as outlines the landscaping requirements as outlined in Chapter 17.44 landscaping for this project of the municipal code. Pursuant to 17.44030, the final landscape plans are required and as reflected in condition of approval 52. So what happens is that they submit as part of their original flat packet, they submit their original landscape plan based on comments from commission, based on other things, and they file a final landscape plan based off the approval tonight. In terms of the overall design, the proposed architecture for both buildings is very similar. The structures are composed of concrete tilt-up with wall panels with similar color schemes and fenestration patterns. With respect to the color palette, the applicants proposed metallic white, the light gray, dark gray, and some stamped concrete. With respect to the windows, the applicants proposes a medium performance green reflective glazing and cleared iodized mullions windows throughout both buildings. And figure 5 through 8 in the package show, kind of give you an idea of what those buildings will look like in part of the completion of the project. In terms of the development standards, if, go to the next slide, please. Okay, go back one more, I'm sorry. Okay, so basically the general plan land use for this project in terms of development standards is as mentioned above, is the SSA, the service sub area. I included the MUSA, which is mixed use, just so you can know what some of the additional land uses around the project are. So it gives you an idea. If you go to the next slide, please, Dave. Of course, the zoning, this is a 3 corridor specific plan designation. It has a service sub area as for the project site. And if you go to the next slide, Dave. And then it's zoned OIMU, which is the office industrial mixed use. And along with, you can kind of see a little bit of the yellow, the medium density, and the CMU, commercial mixed use to the south of the project. So just kind of give you an idea of where the project is, as well as the zoning designations. Table 1 in your package outline the development standards that have been outlined under Chapter 6 of the 3 corridor specific plan, as well as the PMC Pinole Municipal Code, Section 17.24030 and 17.48050. 17.24 is for building height. This is development standards. 17.48 is the parking requirements. So with that, in terms of setbacks, and these will be issues that you'll see in most of our projects. In terms of setbacks, the standards are in the front 0 to 5 feet, to the east and west sides, or the side setbacks, what we would call. And this area is 10 feet, and the rear is 0 to 15. In all 4 cases, the project is well above those setbacks. They're 41 feet from the front, and they're 46 from the east. They're 57 from the west, and they're 71 from the rear. So from the rear property line. So they're more than meet the compliance standards of each of those. In terms of the building height, in terms of both standards from the Pinole Municipal Code, as well as the 3 corridor specific plan, the code requirements 4 stories or 50 feet. We're calling this building 1 story at 40 feet. So it's definitely meets the requirements of the Pinole Municipal Code, as well as the SEN 3 corridor specific plan. In terms of landscaping, in most cases, there's just general landscaping requirements. There for industrial developments, there's not a lot of landscaping like you would see like in a commercial or residential project. So however, the projects that are outlined, there are standards as part of the general landscape development standards, the on-site pedestrian pathways, and the parking lot shades. If pages L10 and L40 outline the landscape requirements in 17.44050. The project complies with applicable landscaping requirements. The project has approximately 33,000 square feet of landscaping, which represents approximately 12% of the site. So, and it does have trees that will follow pathways. And when we get to those slides, I'll be able to point those out as well. The parking requirement, this is where it's a little different in terms of the Pinole Municipal Code. Requires that whole warehousing, wholesaling, research requires a 1 space per 1,000 square feet, plus 1 space for every 4 employees. The office, business, and professional portion of the building also has its own special parking requirement of 1 space per 250 square feet. And also with industrial projects, they have an additional parking requirement for their loading docks, which is 1 space for 10,000 square feet, plus 1 space for additional each 40,000 square feet. So with that, in terms of total spaces required is 147 spaces, plus the 1 space for every 4 employee and the 5 loading spaces, which equates to 147 parking spaces and 10 loading spaces. And we kind of left a footnote to kind of give you an idea in terms of in terms of the total required, which represents the footnotes regarding the employee spaces. So with that, on the high end, or on the high end, but on the warehouse for building 1, 32 parking spaces are required for employees, which require, and then 20 for the office, and then 2 loading spaces. So it does meet those requirements there. For the warehouse wholesale research, the 75 spaces are required, plus 1 for every 4 employees, and plus 20 spaces for the office and mezzanine, and 3 loading spaces for that office, that building. Building 2 is proposing 7 loading spaces, and building 1 is proposing 3. But at this point, the number of employees are unknown at this point. So to be able to put an employee, a component of parking in there is a little difficult, because there is no, right now, they're just proposing the two buildings and potential uses, but we don't have an end user right now. And so we'll be talking about that a little bit later. Just kind of in terms of the compliance, the project does comply with the standard wholesaling, research, and industrial use parkings, loading requirements, and the loading space requirements. However, the project does not meet the additional fraction requirement of 1 space per 4 employees. And that's why we're requesting a CUP to waive this fractional requirement for the parking. Dave, if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so again, just kind of some of the renderings. This is more for the public's eye. Just kind of there's building 1, which shows the 7 docks. Go to the next slide, Dave. Go to the next slide. Okay, building 2, and then go ahead and go. Okay, so this is kind of the landscape plan. As you can see, I've outlined the trees and the large shrubs that are on there. These are all located within the landscape plan L1 through L4. In terms of shrubs and trees and that. I also wanted to show that the trees along the west side of the east side of the project, which is the top, shows that's the pathway, the sidewalk that we kind of talked about a little bit regarding the landscaping for that. So those are the tree lined pathways, and of course all of the what you kind of see are bushes in the middle. Those are all trees along the side as well as around the parking stalls. So it does meet the 50% shading requirement. So it just gives you an idea of and some of the trees that are there. So if you go to the next slide, Dave. Then of course these are some of the shrubs, and it's hard to see, I know, but these are some of the shrubs and ground covers that are being used. All of these are all drought resistant climate area for climate of these plants are for the Pinole area. So that's something that we try to, before we meet with the applicant, or when we meet the applicant, before they submit the materials, we always try to get them to use as many native trees, native materials with that. So, okay. So we go to the next slide, Dave. Okay. I'll just leave it right there for right now. Okay. So basically, and we kind of talked about it earlier, was the required land use approvals. In terms of the entitlements and approvals, we've talked about, again, the conditional use permit and the parcel map and the California Environmental Quality Act. Pursuant to 17.10.060 of the Pinole Municipal Code, the table, the Planning Commission has the approval authority of the comprehensive design review, the conditional use permit, the parcel map, and the CEQA determination. So it also should be noted that the council has a de novo approval authority of the entitlements on a timely filed appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. Basically, what that means is that if a city council member wants to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but if a city council member appeals the project, can appeal the project, that they have the appeal authority. They're the body that hears the appeal. So,
Yeah, and just to clarify, it's, if a member of the public or
Yeah, or a
someone
member
that
of-
files an appeal, then the planning commission, the city council would hear that appeal and decide, for itself, brand new, whether or not to grant the permit.
they call that the de novo approval process. So as a part of this project, this project did go to the ad hoc committee back in May of 2022. The feedback resulted in some architectural revisions, which added some more detail and interest to the buildings. Comments from the ad hoc committee are summarized below. So basically, I'm going to kind of just go over those real quickly. The commission considered the building to add some mixtures of colors consistent with the Pinole Shores 1 and eliminate the box style development. And so we went back through, and staff went back through, and based on the anticipated use, we were unable to revise, let's quote, the box style of the building. However, the applicant added some assorted colors to the building consistent with Pinole Shores 1 and some concrete stamping as well. The applicant also added some 2-foot undulations for every 50 feet. I know it's going to be kind of hard to see in some of the plans, but it just, when you're up close, you'll be able to see there is a differentiation. So it's just not one straight block wall. You will see some indenter of those 2 feet, and it'll be about 2 feet along the whole length of the building, which is also consistent with the specific plan. And of course, it helps to break with the building massing. Consider the use of native trees as much as possible. Comment number 2, the applicant will consult with the arborist, and a condition of approval number 52 has been included in the draft resolution, which would require the inclusion of more native trees where possible. So we'll be working with the landscape architect, and we'll be working to have as many native trees as possible, and native plants. The third comment was ensure the adequate lighting, but minimize spillover light. Preliminary lighting fixtures details are included in the plans, and a condition of approval, which is condition number 41, has been included in the draft resolution that would require the project to comply with chapter 17.46, the city municipal code lighting standards, which addresses level of illumination. In all cases, there's a code that, and basically what 17.46, we don't allow light to enter other people's property. So all the standards that when we look at these light standards, we make sure that they don't bleed. They have to do what they call photos. I can't say the word. Photometric studies that actually outline where the light hits on the property. And so as long as it's 0-0 at the property line, then they've done what they needed to do. The fourth comment was to consider adding a traffic signal at the main entrance of Pinole Shore 1, which is right there, and San Pablo Avenue, which is the intersection would be Meadow and San Pablo. After talking with this Department of Public Works and looking at the applicant's traffic engineer and our environmental consultant and our traffic engineer, the developer agreed to make the following offsite improvements. So one would be that the project and the Meadow Avenue, the project driveway, which is the main driveway, and the Meadow Avenue approaches to San Pablo Avenue, shall be restricted to right turn onlys, and by prohibiting left turns and through movements via signage and striping. So we'll be doing that. The project driveway approach at the intersection shall also be narrowed from 2 lanes to 1. Basically, there'd be a left in and only a right out. The eastbound lane turn pocket, and these transportation recommendations are seen on page 10 of figure 4 in your staff report. So just kind of give you an idea of where those are. Eastbound would be to lengthen the turning radius from 60 to 130 feet of the lane. Increasing the queue storage for large trucks, which the standards of the WB40s and WB67s of the statewide classifications of 18-wheelers. See that the existing crosswalk across the project driveway will be relocated closer to the intersection to align with the existing sidewalk along the north side of San Pablo Avenue, which would provide additional queue storage for vehicles exiting the project site and improve pedestrian circulation along the project frontage. So the striping should be adjusted. So basically by moving the crosswalk over, it just extends more safety to the pedestrians. And so the trucks aren't cutting across the crosswalk before they make the left into the project site. So it makes it a little safer for pedestrians there. A new stop sign with pavement marking shall be installed at the private parking lot intersection immediately north of the intersection with San Pablo Avenue, which would minimize queuing within the project site, maintain access to the drive aisle just north of the project driveway, and minimize the inbound project queues spilling back onto San Pablo Avenue. So basically by putting that stop sign there, if there are people that are using that first set of parking stalls, they have basically a clear space to get in there, why the queuing of the rear of the property would be at that stop sign going back towards the project. So, and then the fifth would be within 1 year after full occupancy of the project, or E, a traffic signal to San Pablo Avenue intersection shall be installed to the satisfaction of the city engineer unless a warrant study has been completed for the intersection demonstrating that a signalization is not warranted. So if a signal is installed at the intersection, the right turn only restrictions at the project driveway and meadow approaches, those will be removed, and the project driveway approach at the intersection shall be widened to 2 lanes, similarly to what it is right now, if an intersection is installed. And what a warrant study is that it's a certain amount of vehicle trips. That it's a study done by traffic engineers that measure the number of trips that come in. And if that number of trips meet a certain criteria, it trips what we call a warrant. And if it trips a warrant, then it has to, I think 2 or 3 warrants it has to trip, then a traffic signal would be required. So that study would be completed after the end user is decided upon. So, and then the fifth thing was the sustainability of the building, including solar panels, EVs, parking, all electric buildings. The ad hoc committee was wanted to make sure that that was going to be in consideration. At the time, the applicant didn't have really a whole lot of EV parking stalls, but we were able to proposing to install 19 EVs and 38 EV ready stalls. They also are incorporating skylights throughout their building and solar panels on the roofs, as well as making both buildings all electric. So in the future, solar panel covered parking could be installed where applicable with the approval of a building permit. So if in the future, if they wanted to include more, they have the ability to do that. They have the ability to cover all the parking with solar panels. If that's necessary. Staff is requiring that the applicant to submit a parking plan within the parking management plan, which is condition number 36, showing placement of the 19 charging stations and conduit for the additional locations consistent with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. So now that leads us to the project analysis. So with that, as the project has been reviewed for consistency with our city general plan, the 3 corridor specific plan, and the zoning ordinance, and as a part of the consistency evaluation, the planning commission is required to make specific findings and other considerations consistent with 1612 tentative maps and 17.12 entitlements of the Pinole Municipal Code. In order to approve the comprehensive design review and the CUP conditional use permit and parcel map, the following discussion expands on elements considered in the determination of the use with the findings. So with all projects of this nature, they have to have usually a general plan consistency as well as a zoning. Well, in our case, we have the 3 corridor specific plan, so it needs to be consistent with that as well as the zoning ordinance. So with that, in terms of the general plan consistency, staff has identified a number of different policies throughout the elements that I've listed within the staff report. And I do, before I get to those, I do want to state that, you know, the SSA designation, which is the general plan designation in which this project exists, is intended to maintain and enhance existing land uses while providing land use flexibility and incentives to encourage new private investments and additional development. Each service sub-area has a different emphasis. The San Pablo corridor is intended to preserve land for manufacturing and industrial uses, particularly green industry. A limited amount of general office, retail, and residential uses may be permitted where they will not conflict with principal industrial uses in the area. So in this case, residential wouldn't be allowed on the property site, but there is residential around the surrounding area. So with that, there are policies that are listed as part of the elements in terms of the community character element. There were 3 policies that were identified for this project that would be consistent. Also, the land use and economic development element. Staff outlined 4 policies that would make this project consistent with the general plan. Circulation element, there were 5 policies that again made those. And if you want me to go through them, I will, each of them, each and every one of them. So if you want me to, and then of course the health and safety element, we have two policies for which we feel that the project is consistent with. And sustainability element, we have approximately 4. We've got 5 policies and an action program that would also make this project consistent with the general plan. It should be noted that all projects, they don't have to be consistent with every single policy or every single implementation measure, but it's as long as we can outline policies and action plans that could help make these projects consistent. And that's what we've done in terms of identification of the policies within the staff report. So in terms of the community character element, policy CC 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5 were used as part of the general plan consistency. In the land use and development element, there were policies LU 3.3, policy policy 7.1, policy 7.3, and policy 7.5. In the circulation element, we use policy C 1.1 and policy 1.4, policy 1.2, policy 6.1, policy 6.2, action item 7.22, and policy 8.11. As part of the health and safety element, we use policies 6.1 and policy 7.3. And as part of the sustainability element, we use policies 3.4, policy 4.1, policy 4.3, policy 4.5, policy 7.4, and action item 8.73. And staff's comment is that the project is consistent with the general plan as demonstrated by the highlighted policies above. The project features high quality architectural design with internal aesthetic and functional connections between the new development and existing development. The project proposes infill development that realizes potential within the existing property to create new opportunities that expand on connections or expands on industrial uses, create new opportunities. As new construction, the project would require to comply with current green building standards under the California Building Code, which include energy efficiency standards in buildings, compliance with solar requirements, which are required, as well as EV capable infrastructure. And by constructing the 2 buildings in a manner proposed by the applicant, the project is consistent with current standards to manage stormwater runoff and intake to existing stormwater facilities. And additionally, new landscaping areas and plantings are proposed on site, which create parking lot shading. The new landscaping will be drought resistant and comply with current state mandated water efficient standards. As part of the specific plan, this project must be consistent with the specific plan. And as I stated earlier, this project has a subservice area of the San Pablo corridor. It's a service area and a specific land use zoning designation of office industrial mixed use, which is seen as figure 9 in your packet. The intent of the OIMU under the specific plan is to allow a wide range of office and light industrial development. This designation is intended for office and light industrial with supporting retail and service uses. Predominant use allowed is office and or light industrial, and retail must be ancillary to the principal industrial activity of the property and cannot exceed 10% of the total usable area. The OIMU can be used for public and quasi uses, community centers, public libraries, those types of things are permitted, but it's not being proposed. So at this time, the applicant does not have an end user in place or identified this time. However, the applicant has indicated the buildings will be used primarily for research and development uses, warehousing and distribution uses, as well as wholesale distribution. Policies that have been used for the specific plan consistency are land use policy 5, land use policy 6, circulation policy 7, and economic development strategy within the San Pablo Avenue corridor. So with staff's comment is based on the policies listed above specific plan. The project is consistent with the specific plan. The property is identified as opportunity site number 5. Where light industrial uses were identified as a potential example of future development, and office industrial mixed use would be desired. Additionally, the specific plan identifies that green industry is a permitted use by right in the OIMU designation. The project includes construction of course, new light industrial buildings. So, and with the whole Pinole Shores, if you look at the whole Pinole business, it has all those combinations. It has professional office. It has ancillary retail uses in terms of the restaurant and the gym and the kitchen that they use at 812. And now they're adding that bigger component, that industrial component. So, I mean, I think in all, I think the Pinole Business Park has done what the city has looked at. So as part of that, the city or the total leasable square footage, basically the buildings are all 100% leasable and total leasable square footage being proposed is 100% of the building. They can all, there isn't a portion that can't be leased or provide for any square footage on that. And so again, staff is saying that this is consistent with the specific plan. So on with the findings, as we told you earlier, the staff is responsible for, and the commission is supposed for making findings for comprehensive design review as well as conditional use. So what I'm going to do is I listed the findings, the original review findings on the board. And so I'm basically, what I'm going to do is just read the staff comment and staff conclusion to give you an idea. If you have questions on that, we can get to that later on. But it's just like a time. No, Dave, just go back to that first slide, please. That one, yes. So in terms of the comprehensive design review findings, again, in order to comprehensive design review, the planning commission must find for each of the required comprehensive design review findings. Each finding is listed below, followed by a staff comment. So basically, the first one is as you see, proposed project is consistent with the objectives of the specific plan and applicable zoning regs, plan development, master plan. Staff's comment, as stated above in this report, general plan and specific plan goals and policies have been identified to satisfy consistency with the project. The project is compatible with the applicable zoning development standards for the project, as shown in table 1 of the staff report, and is otherwise permitted for provisions of warehouse research and development, distribution and wholesale distribution. The staff concludes that this project is consistent with the general plan, 3 corridor specific plan, and the Pinole zoning ordinance, and feels this finding has been met. In terms of the second finding, which is the proposed project will not create conflicts with vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrian transportation or other mode of transportation circulation. Staff is, as a part of the environmental component of this project, a traffic impact study and vehicle miles traveled analysis were conducted. Both studies show that the traffic impacts were less than significant and will not create conflicts with implementation measures outlined in the document. Staff concludes that based on the above discussion, the proposed project will not create conflicts, vehicular, bicycle transportation, or modes of circulation. This finding has been met. Finding number 3 listed. Staff's comment is as shown on page 8.11 of the September 14th, 2022 project plan set, which you have as Exhibit C in your packets. The proposed buildings are placed strategically to complement the existing Pinole Shore One buildings. The plans also show that the preliminary areas for distribution activity are shielded from existing residential uses to the east and west of the project, and that all the proposed lighting has been located such that none of it leaks to adjacent parcels and is consistent with the existing Pinole Shores One project. Also stated above, the project meets the general plan and specific plan consistency requirements. The opportunities for landscaping and open space are limited on the property. However, the project proposes landscaping areas consistent with the existing Pinole Shores 1 project. And the landscape plans indicate that the landscaping area on the property frontage will be maintained. Landscaping strips and pockets have been placed around the property while maintaining adequate room for parking, which is seen as on L 1.0 and L 4.0 design package, which those are the landscape plan portions of the plan set. Exhibit C, it outlines a conceptual landscape plan with potential trees, shrubs, and ground covers that are drought tolerant and well suited to Pinole's climate. Staff concludes that the project will be compatible with and complement the existing surrounding environment and ultimately the ultimate character of the area, and feels this finding has been met. Qualifying single family residential, number 4. This finding is not applicable due to the fact that there is no residential component to the project. This is an industrial, and so this finding is not applicable to the project. But considering, if you go to the next page, next slide, Dave, in terms of conducting the comprehensive design review. That one doesn't have it. Okay, that's okay. There are 4 additional findings that need to be made with the comprehensive design review. These all, I'm sorry, I probably need to read them a little bit. Basically, finding number 1 states that considerations relating to the site layout, orientation and location of buildings, signs, and other structures and open spaces, landscaping and other development features in relation to the physical characteristics, zoning, and land use of the site surrounding properties. As seen in the development package in September 14, 2022, as well as the assessment of the project in this report, the report demonstrates that the project has been designed to consider all the development features applicable to the project site and surrounding properties. Project development meets the applicable standards for land use and zoning for the location. Staff concludes that based on the discussion in the staff report in the design package dated September 14, 2022, Exhibit C, the site layout and other design features in relation to the physical characteristics of the site and surrounding properties have been considered and meet this finding, intent of this finding. Finding number 2, additional finding number 2, considerations of relating to traffic safety and traffic congestions, including the effect of development plan on traffic conditions and abutting streets and the layouts of the site with respect to locations and dimensions of vehicular and pedestrian entrances, exits, driveways, and walkways. Adequacy of off-street parking facilities prevent traffic congestion and circulation patterns within the boundaries of the development. Staff commented that as part of the environmental document of the project, a traffic study and vehicle travel was analysis and conducted. Again, both of those studies showed that the traffic brought on by this project was a less significant impact, as well as also to not create conflicts with implementation. Condition approval of conditional approval number 114 outlines mitigation that will be required for the project. The project proposes transportation demand management strategies as well as also the design of the building allows for separation between the distribution component and the office component, which alleviates conflict between the large delivery trucks and employee vehicles. The design of the project also complements the existing Pinole Shores 1 project so that the parking spaces between the 2 buildings can be shared and allowed for pedestrian access. Staff's concluded that as documented in this report that the traffic impact analysis for this project and proposed design addresses the consideration of traffic safety, traffic congestion, and the effect of the development on traffic conditions. The project includes appropriately designed vehicle and pedestrian entrances, exits, and driveway and walkways. The additional finding number 3, which is basically consideration necessary to ensure that the proposed development is consistent with the general plan and all applicable specific plans and other city plans, including but not limited to the density of residential units. The finding is not applicable to this project due to the project not proposing any residential development. This finding is not applicable for this project. And it is, even though it is consistent with the general plan and the 3 corridor specific plan. Consideration number 4 is finding number 4, considerations relating to the availability of city services, including but not limited to water, sewer, drainage, police, and fire, and whether or not the services are adequate based upon city standards. With all development projects, staff usually sends a communications to all the city departments as well as East Bay Mud. Since East Bay Mud is the whole city's water provider, And if applicable, we send it to the West County wastewater district, but in this case, we're the sewer provider, but we send them to all the outstanding agencies. Based on preliminary comments received of the available utility information, the project has availability of water, sewer, drainage, police and fire service. So we have more than enough space to acquire this project in with our services. And city staff, city services are available and adequate to serve the site. And also the developer will pay impact fees to construct improvements, to augment city services for this project. So there's also impact fees that will be paid by the applicant as a part of their impact to the property. So with that, we will move to the conditional use permit findings, which are located at 17.12140F. These are a little different, but we will move forward. Okay. So to kind of give you first, what I'm going to do is kind of give you kind of the definition of why we need the conditional use permit and at this time, and so that way that'll lead into the findings of the project. In terms of the conditional use, a wholesale distribution use. At the time, the applicant does not have an end user identified for this project. The applicant has indicated the buildings will be used primarily for research and development uses as part of the project. However, they're also going to be looking at warehousing and distribution uses, which are also permitted uses. It's when we get to the wholesale distribution, which allows the project site to be required for the approval of the CUP. So that's why we're doing the CUP for the wholesale distribution component. As part of the OIMU district, it requires a CUP as required by the Pinole Municipal Code. It also kind of gives you the definition, what we call the definition of difference between warehousing or wholesale distribution. Basically, it's defined in our code as establishments that are engaged in selling merchandise to retailers, to industrial, commercial, institutional, farm, or professional businesses users, or to other wholesalers, or acting as agents or brokers in buying merchandise or selling merchandise to such persons or companies include such establishments as agents, merchandise, commodity brokers, and commission merchants, assemblers, buyers, and associations engaged in the cooperative marketing of farm products, merchant wholesalers and stores primarily selling electrical, plumbing, heating, and air conditioning supplies and equipment. So that's what we consider as wholesale distribution as defined in our code. The applicant's architect has indicated that the most likely end user of the smaller building would be more of a research development lab type building, and that the larger building would have the capacity for the distribution or light manufacturing user. However, since the end user is unknown for either building at this point, we are requesting approval. The applicant is requesting approval of the CUP so that when the building is marketed and if they have the ability to find a wholesale distributor, that they've already gone through the conditional use permit process to allow for that use to happen. So because if they didn't, then that end user would have to come in and go through the whole process, would have to go through the whole process of the conditional use permit. So we're kind of taking it, the cart before the horse, but however, it allows the applicant the most flexibility in the property for the end user and not having to have them have to wait for a conditional use permit. So that's kind of that's where we are with that project. However, like I said, it's the end user is unknown, and that's why he's requesting the CUP. The other issue regarding the CUP is regarding the parking reduction, which the project does include 147 spaces with our typical dimensions of 9 by 19 feet for passengers vehicles on the periphery of the site surrounding the new structures, and calculating required or on-site parking for portions of the building slated. The building is mandated to a ratio of 1 space per every 1,000 square foot of gross floor area, plus 1 space per every 4 employees. The applicant has provided a parking project for the project for the 1 space for every 1,000 square feet and the 1 space for every 250 square feet for the office, but does not meet the additional fractional requirement, which is dependent upon the number of employees. As the applicant has not identified an end user for the project, the number of employees is unknown. fractional requirement has not been met. However, our municipal code, section 17.48060 establishes that the planning commission may grant a reduction in required parking for any use except for single family ADU or two family dwellings through a CUP process. Therefore, the applicant is requesting approval for the CUP to waive the further fractional requirement, which is employee dependent. The architect has reported that based on this understanding of the desired uses and their experience, there could be anywhere between 150 to 250 employees across both buildings. The estimate takes into consideration all shifts within a 24-hour period, which will depend significantly on the specific tenants. Based on experience, the distribution users would be on the lower end of that estimate, whereas the research laboratories and development would be, or more office intensive use, so it would be on the higher end. The operating hours for this type of use, which are generally 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the weekdays. However, some uses could require 24/7 operations, with the largest shift of employees being at 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. At the lower end of the estimated employee count, the reduction would account for 38 spaces. On the upper end of the estimated employee count, the reduction would account for 63 spaces. So within the policy 6.2 of the Pinole General Plan requires implementation of transportation demand management strategies in conjunction with land uses in order to prevent future traffic congestions. In response to this policy, the applicant prepared a TDM plan as Exhibit D in your package. You read that with the primary goal to reduce the number of drive alone trips generated by new developments by shifting the proportion of trips to a more sustainable mode, such as walking, biking, transit, or carpooling. This in turn will help alleviate the traffic congestion, reduce vehicle miles traveled, which result in reduced greenhouse gas emissions and other air pollution, and ultimately reduce the demand for parking. The TDM, the Pinole Shores 2 project, is designed to reduce single occupant vehicle trips. By the project, there are both required and encouraged elements of the TDM plan. Required elements are shown in Table 2 of Exhibit D and include programs such as carpool, van pool, preferred parking spaces, remote work options, bicycle repair, fixed stations, shower locker rooms, and carpool matching efforts. And basically hopefully to ensure that these TDMs are implemented and effective, a monitoring program is included in the TDM plan to measure performance. The TDM plan based on projects, single occupancy vehicle modes. This annual commute program evaluation will allow the project and the city to assess the effectiveness of the unique program design for the project. Additional monitoring provides an opportunity for the project to assess the success of the TDM plan and to make adjustments or revisions as needed. The city requested, as part of the parking reduction, if the parking reduction is approved by the planning commission, the city is requiring per condition 28 to conduct a parking analysis utilizing actual employee numbers to ensure that the TDM measures are sufficient to ensure project is adequately parked. And also condition of approval 39 ensures that the TDM plan is updated after the end user is identified. So if parking conditions are not satisfied, the applicant will be required to provide additional parking on their project site or apply for a conditional use permit for shared parking within the Pinole 1 site. So basically, depending on the end user, depending on where that lands, there are some additional options to use that end user will have to come back to get a conditional use permit for additional reduced parking to be able to park on the Pinole 1 site. There are approximately, with the 147, there's approximately about 300 spots within the whole development. But once their end user and the full build out of the property will be able to get a good idea of what really that parking requirement is, and they're going to be required to do that TDM measure to do that analysis. So that's kind of what we're working with them on. And as part of the conditions of approval are requiring them to do. So with that, conditional use permit findings, which I've listed up on the board, also the same type of format where staff commented on the finding as well as then conclude the finding. And again, the first finding is to be proposed is it consistent with the general plan? Yes, this project is consistent with the general plan. And policies and the staff has identified policies to satisfy the consistency of the project. Also, as part of the project being compatible with all the other applicable provisions, table 1 shows the development standards and the consistency with the PMC code for development standards for the uses of warehouse research and development, distribution and wholesale distribution. Staff concludes that with the exception of the fractional requirement for employee parking, which is allowed with approval of the CUP, the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, corridor specific plan, and the city of Pinole zoning ordinance. With finding number 2, which basically deals with the establishments and maintenance of operations of the use, that it won't be detrimental to the health or safety or peace, morals, comforts, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. As shown on the page A5 of the project plan dated September 14, 2022, the new buildings will be located in the rear of the existing property of Pinole Business Park. So they're all the way in the back, approximately 150 feet from the nearest residential neighborhood to the east of the project, which are the closest residential uses. On page A1 of the plan, the orientation of the buildings 1 and 2 have been designed that the main entrance are located away from the existing residential properties to the east. Furthermore, building 2, the larger building, is located on the southern end of the property adjacent to the existing buildings in the Pinole 1 program project area. So there'll be less of an impact on the residential community to the east. The Pinole Shores Business Park, of course, was established over 15 years ago. The approval of this project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, moral comfort, or general welfare of the city. The Pinole Shores project is providing 147 spaces in the rear of the property for buildings 1 and 2, which meet the city parking standard for industrial buildings, with the exception of the fractional requirement as stated before. And the San Pablo corridor general parking standards calls for a reduction in parking if certain criteria are met. 1, that their shared parking arrangements can demonstrate that peak hour parking demand will not coincide to generate demand that is greater than the parking provided. That 2, the property is adequately served by and is in close proximity to the frequent transit service, which is right there at the front of the property, as well as across the street. And that 3, a transportation demand management program will reduce the parking demand at the site. Of course, staff concludes that based on the orientation of the buildings and the existing Pinole Shores 1 project, evaluating the criteria of the parking reduction and the proposed project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhoods of such use of the general welfare of the city. So finding 3 basically talks about the site proposed use is physically suitable for the site. And that the density and intensity of the use and related structures being proposed. Staff basically is using the development package dated September 14, 2022, as well as the assessment of the project in this report to demonstrate that the projects have been designed to consider all of the development features applicable to the project site and surrounding properties, and that the development would meet the applicable standards for land use and zoning for the location. The staff concludes that based on the discussion of the staff report and the design package dated 9/14/22, the subject property is physically suitable for the proposed light industrial use and structures. Additionally, consideration has been made to how the new buildings fit in with the existing neighborhood. Finding number 4, basically it will not be contrary to specific intent clauses, development regulations, or performance standards established for the zoning district in which it is located. Proposed use and related structures are compatible, and then transportation and service facilities in the vicinity. Staff states that the project is not contrary to specific intent clause, development regulations, or performance standards. The proposed uses and related structures are compatible with other land uses, transportation, and service facilities in the vicinity. The structures that are being proposed are more modern in terms of design and functionality to the center. And as stated above, the project meets the development standards in the 3 corridor specific plan and the Pinole Municipal Code, with the exception of the fractional requirement of parking, which is allowed with approval of the CUP. The criteria for this reduction in parking can be met. Staff concludes that based on the analysis above, that staff concludes that the finding can be met. But if we go to the next slide, because with this parking, with the conditional use permit, there are, and for parking reduction, there's additional findings that need to be met. And of these findings, they are in addition to, these are in addition to the CUP findings. And in order to grant the reduction in parking, the commission must find that the project meets 3 out of the 4 criteria. Under section 14 or 1748-060, paragraph B1. And the first 3 where it states that the use will be adequately served by proposed parking due to the nature of the proposed operation, proximity to frequent transit service, transportation characteristics of persons residing, working, or visiting the site, or because the applicant has undertaken a travel demand management program that will reduce demand on site. Based on the proposed parking plan, the site's proximity to transit, implementation of a transportation demand management program, which are required as part of the conditions of approval, that will require analysis of parking after the end user identified, made to ensure that demand does not exceed supply. There is adequate parking proposed. Based on that analysis above, the use will be adequately served by the proposed parking and criterion has been met for that finding. Also, there's existing transit service located in front of the site. As part of B, the parking demand generated by the project will not exceed the capacity or have a detrimental impact on supply of on-street parking in the surrounding area. Staff basically comments that based on the site's proximity to transit, again, the implementation of the traffic demand management programs, conditions of approval that require analysis of parking after the end user is identified, and adjustments that need to be made if there need to be made, does not exceed supply. The supply of on-street parking should not be detrimentally impacted in the surrounding area. So with that, with the existing Pinole Shores 1, and we know right now that parking is not being utilized at 100%, not really even close to 100%. So at least along the side portions of the property as part of the rear buildings, and this property is adding an additional 147. So it's not like it's not there should be more than adequate parking for this project area. Based on the analysis above, staff concludes the criteria has been met. And then C, the site plan is consistent with the objectives of the zoning district and incorporates features such as unobtrusive off-street parking place below ground level of the project with commercial uses above or enclosed parking on the ground floor. Well, the site plans to meet the objectives of the zoning district, and due to the location of the buildings is tucked behind the other buildings and not visible from San Pablo Avenue. You won't be able to, and the building number 2, which is the larger building, is actually right. I mean, if it's right in front of the buildings in Pinole Shore 1. So you from San Pablo Avenue, you won't be able to see, because those buildings are in the 35 to 40 feet tall range. Won't be able to see these buildings. They're kind of tucked behind. And that the intent of this finding is met as the parking surrounding the building is unobtrusive and professionally landscaped. So there's staff feels that this criterion has been met. And with that, staff, because the criterion for finding 4 isn't needed because we feel that the first 3 findings have been met. So there was no review of the 4th finding. So with that, the last set is the parcel map findings. Dave, go to the next slide, please. This one's kind of interesting in terms of what these findings are. So in terms of the project is proposing to merge 5 parcels into 1. And Dave, if you could go back to the zoning map. One more, a couple more. Right there. As you see, those 4 parcels on the top, those were what was approved way back in 2007. What this project is proposing to do is merge all those parcels into 1 major parcel, which is seen as exhibit or as a figure 3 in your staff reports. And so with that, and so just basically be able to, the resulting merger would enable the building and all the landscaping utilities to be located on 1 single parcel. In which case the findings that are to be met for this, a legislative body or city county shall deny approval of a tentative map or a partial map for which a tentative map was not required if it makes any of the following findings. They listed 6 findings, and And basically staff has concluded that after reviewing the findings of A through G, staff has determined that none of these statements apply, that the parcel map meets the existing standards of the City of Pinole Municipal Code. Staff recommends approval of the parcel map. So if you read those findings, you won't be able to make those findings because the project has done of all the things that the project has been doing as part of the analysis of the project. With that, in terms of the environmental review of this project, the project is required to have a CEQA, what we call a CEQA finding, or California Environmental Quality Act finding. And this project provides several categorical, the CEQA provides several categorical exemptions, which are applicable to categories of projects and activities that the lead agency, which us, the City of Pinole, we are the lead agency as part of the CEQA determination. And that the subject project of the development within the developed urban area of the City of Pinole, the project is exempt under 15332 of the state CEQA guidelines, class 32, which is infill developments projects, sections 15168, which is consistency with the program level EIR. Even our 2010 EIR considered this project as industrial land, and that's what we're developing it as. So there really is it's consistent with that. And that section 15183 general plan, community plan exemption under the government code, consistency with the specific plan. So this project is consistent with the specific plan based on the findings and what we talked about earlier in the presentation. So these details, the details of the exemption is exhibit B of this report. So we've got the environmental as basically as you had in your packets that determined that made all the analysis that exempts this project from the California Environmental Quality Act. We notified this project at least 10 days before the scheduled date of the meeting. We sent notices out to mail to property owners within a radius of about 500 feet of the exterior boundaries. We mailed to the owners and subject to the real properties or the owner's authorized agents in each essential facility. It was posted at City Hall, and we mailed to any person who would file a written request for notice. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt resolution 2304, Exhibit A, approving the comprehensive design review, conditional use permit, parcel map, and CEQA exemption for the Pinole Shores 2 project located at 848 San Pablo Avenue. So with that, if Dave, you go to the last slide, please, for the questions. Yeah, right there. There we go. Questions. So I did include the one. I don't know if you want to talk about that now or. Okay, so if you want to,
Gabe,
oh, I'm sorry.
Gabe, can you just go back one slide?
Go up one. Yeah, there we go.
So there's some modified language in the resolution that we're proposing tonight, just to make it a little clearer what the action the city council would, what the planning commission would be doing. Just reflecting what Dave said, and identifying specific use, and then the map would be attached as an exhibit. So nothing significant, just to make sure there's no confusion if someone looks at this resolution in 6 months or 6 years.
Okay, thank you very much, Planning Manager Hannon, for that presentation. It's clear that you yourself did a lot of work on this. So thank you for all the effort you put forth into this. I know we're not going to do questions for the applicant quite yet, but it looks like there are people from the developer architect side. Is there worth introducing them yet, or who else is in the audience?
Mr. Chair, if I may, if you have questions, if the planning commission has questions of the staff report, we can take that first and then we can open up the public hearing.
Okay. Go around, no particular order. Questions for the staff? Commissioner Martinez, do you have any?
Thank you, Chair Benzali. I guess some of the questions that I have are related to the actual aesthetics of this project. Thank you, city staff, for all of the hard work that's went into this. And so I'm going to shoot on over to, I think it's area 4.1 aesthetics. And then it's in section 4. Sorry, there's just a lot of documents here. I think it was section 425.114. Let's see where I've got it here. Yes, that would be it. So it's A4 1.1. So I've heard there's some discussion around the 40-foot height, but where I'm struggling, I went out to the location and when I drove the neighborhood on one side under that the heavy mixed use area with where on Scanlon Way, that's a pretty big bluff. So when you're adding almost a 1 or 2 story building on top of it, it's going to be pretty prominent in that neighborhood. And then when I went on the back side of it over toward Old Shores to the housing side of it, again, because of that area being on a bluff that's so much higher, I didn't see in any of the renderings where it would show what the building looked like in the community. So if that infrastructure were to go up, and I liken that, Dave, to previously when we looked at the BCRE project that went in on Pinole Valley Road, the architects put together drawings and renderings from the different streets so we could see exactly how the structure would look in the community. And I guess from an aesthetics point of view, I'd like to make sure that we address that so that we can see how high this is going to be from Pinole Shores to the housing that's over there that butts against us on one side. We've got the high density housing on the other side. And then I'd also like to see renderings of what this looks like from the San Francisco Bay. And I say that because this is the last 7+ acres that we have on the San Francisco Bay in Pinole. This is a very important parcel to the community. And I want to make sure that it does fall in line and fit nicely within the community. As this is a very, very complex project. And I apologize, I was remiss. I should notice to the community that I had an ex parte communication with Commissioner Menace earlier this week regarding the environmental impact report, just to make sure that I captured some of the questions I had and bounced them off another individual. Additionally, I had ex parte communications with incoming Commissioner Christy Lamb Julian regarding the traffic analysis and some concerns of semi-traffic and noise going in and out of there. So we had a little bit of discussion on those 2 items as well. So this is a very, as we know, important land use decision. Dave, I guess for city staff, when I looked at the parcel maps also, and this comes in at A5, the site photos. That parcel shows, especially where that high density residential is behind it, that there may be a lot of those trees that do in fact need to come out in terms of a maintenance for that particular property. So what I read on there was no requirement or no need to maintain that. But if those eucalyptus trees, if we're going to be over there doing work now and those old eucalyptus overgrown trees are part of this parcel, we may want to make sure that we have that maintenance and addressed, because it's, if they're going to own the entire parcel, they need to maintain the entire parcel, in my opinion. And then, Dave, what I'd like to know from city staff also is what's the impact of the regional park system and how does it integrate with that down in that area?
Well, it does. I mean, the railroad tracks actually separate the where the Bay Trail goes, the railroad tracks, which is the trail is, I want to say, anywhere between, well, it's got to be outside the railroad right away. I don't know if it's all the way outside the railroad right away, but it's about probably maybe 15, 20 feet
Mhm.
off the tracks. And then in terms of the project, there's even where they have to be at least 50 feet off of the center line of the railroad tracks, plus their additional setback. I mean, they're only building on the pad. Dave, if you can go to maybe one of the first slides with the map, I can kind of give an idea. Yeah, keep going back. Okay, there you go. So if you can see the project site, I mean, where the gray area is, those are the railroad tracks. The project site is all just that. Actually, Dave, go back one more. Yeah, there we go. So all of those are within the road right away of the project. So you have the 20-foot road from that, let's say from building 1, that's the farthest. You've got the parking structures, which is 18 feet. You've got the road, it's an additional another 20. So there's 30 feet. You've got another 50 to 100 feet to the property line, or at that point, somewhere in that regard. And then you've got the railroad tracks, which is another 100-foot right away. I don't know if it's 100 foot through there, but I know most cases most right of ways are around 75 to 100 foot. And then you have the Bay Trail, then you have the trail. So the buildings, in terms of affecting the trail,
I don't
would
know.
have no effect on the trails.
Okay, good. And then if we can go forward a couple of the slides, because it did probably 2 more forward.
There we go.
There we go. It's that section on the right side. See where where the red ends?
Mhm.
And then that whole section where it's grayed out are where those trees are.
Right. And none of those
So-
trees are proposed to be removed at this point. They're leaving it as open space. It's kind of like an open space to the project area, if I'm correct. And so none of that, so all of that will remain. There is no, and their landscaping will be on top of that. So if you look at where that line is
Mhm.
along there, their landscaping will be approximately another 10 to 15 feet inward, and it'll be tree lined where the walkway is. So there'll actually be additional trees on the outside of the existing open space area. So as those trees get bigger, it's even going to add more of a canopy or whatever, that you won't be able to see those buildings as those trees grow. So and that that kind of is hard to tell because all of those building parcels will be gone.
Right.
And so, and most the lower building or the bigger building sits to the southern part to the left, and the smaller building sits away from the environment, from the property, from the residential property. So it so that landscaping there will really shield as it grows, and as it gets bigger, will shield the look of those buildings. And so, and because they're tucked away, they'll be very difficult to see, if not being able to see from San Pablo Avenue, unless you drive into the property. Well, then you can be able to see them, but from the outskirts, the landscaping, once it grows, should shield some of the building as the landscape grows. And also, and correct me if I'm wrong, John or Hector, you don't see, it's hard to see, but there's actually a drop in the property. There's actually about a 6 foot, as you from the crow flies, from the point top to where there is a 6 foot drop. And so with the bigger building being dropped down, landscaping growing up, it'll allow, again, the landscaping as it grows, will be able to shield some of that building so that the residents from both sides will be sorry about that. Will be shielded as the landscaping grows.
Okay, and then given the nature of where we live and the extreme fire dangers that we face, I guess it would, I believe it would be helpful that we go in and we clean out all those, especially the eucalyptus trees that are so invasive. And if it's going to be on this parcel, we need that maintained. as the whole parcel. It's just part of normal maintenance. We all need to do it on our own properties. Adam, yours, mine, all of us, right? So I would need to see that cleaned up as well in there.
If I'm not mistaken, there might be something, and I'll have to look. I didn't see it, but there are maintenance provisions in both Pinole Shores 1 and I think you guys on Pinole Shores 2 for maintenance of the property. So both the association and GRE will be responsible for making sure they're maintaining that area, because most of the woodlands are actually on the Pinole Shores 1 property. And so that's kind of so, but they're all going to be responsible for the maintenance of those areas. All three. The where the restaurant is, that area part buildings, and then the two other buildings, and then Pinole Shores 2. They'll all be responsible for that.
Okay, and so again, I need to see how this project's gonna fit in the community around it, right?
Yeah, so if I may, so if you're looking at the, we can talk to the architect to see if they can do kind of like what we did for the BCRE, just to kind of get an idea. And what we'll do is we'll put it at about 10 years out, so we can at least let the trees get up a little bit, so that you can get an idea of what that really is going to look like in the next 10 years, because those trees are going to be fairly little for the first 4 or 5. So, but maybe do like a 10-year and see where the trees are and see where you're going to be able to see the buildings from the residential areas.
Exactly. I'm just trying to be mindful for the folks that live in the homes and those communities around it. If those buildings go up and then the lighting and they look like, the candles on a Christmas cake when you're looking out your bedroom window, that could be of concern to some of the neighbors in that area. So I just want to be respectful of those members of our community that may not be here to represent themselves this evening. One of the other ones that we talked about, especially with bringing big trucks into that community. And there's big trucks on San Pablo Avenue, which it just is what it is. So I don't have a problem with that, but I just want to make sure, Dave, that there is a maintenance agreement for those Pinole Shores 1, because if you're pulling in heavy trucks in and out of that particular infrastructure, which currently, when we look at Pinole Shores 1, we've got a CrossFit there, we've got a restaurant, we have another restaurant incubator, correct?
Yeah.
That's just light traffic, cars, right? There's not a lot of heavy stuff going in and out of that particular location. So I would need to make sure that we have a maintenance agreement so that if there are heavy trucks going in there and the roads start to deteriorate, that we have a mechanism by which both parties are maintaining that property and keeping it up to par.
And when the original project was for all 4 projects, the property owners in the city, when they put together their development agreement for the whole property, a lot of that language was included as part of the DDA when the new developers are coming in. So they will be responsible along with the light industrial users that could be in the second set of buildings, the second 2 buildings, which right now are more condominiums, but they could be used for light industrial for smaller users. But they're all included as part of the maintenance. It's still all one Pinole Shores Business Park in terms of maintenance and but they just outline who's responsible for what. That's still, those agreements are still in place is my understanding.
Okay, that would take care of the questions I have. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Commissioner Menace.
All right. I've had some of my questions already addressed by Planning Manager Hannah, and I'd like to sort of start by introducing those, then go over my ex parte communication on this topic, and then go ahead and go over my questions proper. So with regards to my questions to Planning Manager Hannah, I think there was one Actually, I should probably check in to make sure this is the appropriate time to bring that up, because a lot of the questions were linked to the conditions of approval rather than the staff report as such. So is this questions involving everything in the packet, or is it just questions involving the staff report specifically?
Well, it's mainly, it's all the materials, but I mean, I reflected on what's got changed as part of the conditions of approval. We'll go through those when we get to the motion of what changes were made as part of that, because I made those changes. Referencing those conditions of approval. So this would be mainly regarding your staff report and any other questions you have regarding the environmental or anything of that nature.
Okay, so I'll leave my I guess those are really more comments on the responses than questions at this point. I'll leave that for when we get to that segment.
Right.
With regards to ex parte, I had some conversations, as Commissioner Martinez noted, with him about this project, where he indicated basically that it might be desirable to have different uses on the property, given the nature of the site, but that he'd be working to keep an open mind to consider the application fairly and judiciously. And I noted, some of the constraints that the staff report indicated on the site, like the restrictive covenant running with the land barring residential uses, the zoning, and so on. So just wanted to note that with regards to ex parte communications. With regards to my questions, let's go back to the staff report to start with. Let's see. That's common. One question that I have with regards to page 10, note number 5, sustainability of the building. And I know there's some conditions and discussions in other elements of the packet that discuss that the future building code and various green requirements are going to require increasingly zero emission outputs and charging stations and so on for the loading bays, not just the EV ready stalls. So I was wondering whether, I think this is partially addressed in one of these sub-documents, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So I want to bring it up as an inquiry. Will it be possible to install infrastructure in all the loading bays to make them zero emission / EV ready, charging, basically like the charging ready, rather than, the full on charging loaded like there are for some of the sites, because obviously the tech for having battery powered tractor trailers isn't quite there yet, but we're getting closer to that point. Let's see. With regards to page 14, I noted that it says the applicant doesn't have an end user identified for the project. So I guess this is more a question for staff. When granting the conditional use permit, do we, as a commission, need to consider the potential end user type or a specific end user, or can we just say it's okay as long as it falls in sort of these broad categories?
Well,
I'll
the end user type is established by the permit, right? It's a wholesale distributor. That's the end user type. If there are specific requirements the commission would like to see regarding that specific use, hours of operation or something, that could certainly be added to the conditions of approval.
Right, because I was a little bit curious as to just which warehousing uses would need 24/7 operation when you could only have trucks going in there 12 hours a day. On page 16, it says the staff comment says as shown on page A 1.1 of the project plan set exhibit C, and A 1.1 doesn't look like it particularly shows it in relation to the other buildings. But A1 has a vicinity map that sort of puts it in more context. Was it intended to be A1 there? Or was there something on A 1.1 that I'm missing?
In terms of, I'm sorry, Mr. Meadows, what do you mean?
Well, it says as shown on page A 1.1 of the plan set, the buildings are placed strategically to complement existing Pinole Shore 1 buildings, and A 1.1 doesn't really show the existing Pinole Shore buildings. It shows it about as much as A1 does, but there's a sort of sub image on A1 showing a vicinity map that actually shows where the Pinole Shores 1 buildings are in relation to the project.
Yeah, I mean, on the A1, there is a, it's light, but it shows the cross where the pedestrian access to get to the building across the way. So that's what I was referring to, is that in terms of the accessibility to the building D, which would be part of the Pinole Shores 1 project, that's the pedestrian access, and you can see the ramp in there. So you can kind of get an idea of the property, where the property line, the phase line is, and where that existing building starts.
Okay, so it's that sort of faded out portion.
Yeah,
That's on
yeah, of
both
course.
A1 and
Yeah.
1.1.
Yeah.
Okay. On page 22, so discussing, and sort of tying back a little bit to page 21, the parking reduction findings C, where it says that C says, going back to page 21, the site plan is consistent with the objectives of the zoning district and incorporates features such as unobtrusive off-street parking placed below the ground level of the project with commercial uses above or enclosed parking on the ground floor. And on page 22, it seems to basically be saying that there aren't those features specifically, but the intent of the finding is met. So I guess this is more a question for the city attorney. Is a finding, but the intent is met, sufficient to meet that finding?
The language is such as, and so it's not an exhaustive list, it's consistent with the objections of the zoning district, and incorporates features such as. So, those are examples of how that might be summarized. So in this case, it's providing unobtrusive off-street parking through other means by tucking it behind the building, so it's not visible from San Pablo.
Okay, so it's basically tying it into unobtrusiveness clause of the such as, but rather than a specific part of it. Okay, those are my questions with regards to the staff report. And now I guess my question to the chair and staff, whether you want me to continue with my questions for the various other portions of the document.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right, so going through this systematically, I'll start with attachment A, the conditions of approval. And this is the point, I think, where I'd introduce the questions that I asked planning manager Hannah. A lot of them were simply typographical questions. So, and the planning manager noted the changes we made to adjust those. So I'm not going to bother bringing them up in particular. There are one or two questions that aren't purely typographical, and I wanted to draw those out so that the public will be aware of my questions rather than them just being in a private email between me and the planning manager. So the first one was on page 8 of the exhibit A, conditions of approval, condition number 24. It says contains contact person's name, And I thought that, ordinarily it would be one of has or contains, and apparently it's city's policy to have them both. I'm still a little bit curious about that one, to be honest. On page 46, condition number 99, and page 63, condition number 116. So those are the basically linked tribal consultation conditions. I was curious as to why it was on page 46. We had the representative from the Indian Canyon Mutsun Band of Costanoans taking part in the training, but on page number 63 for condition number 116, there was and basically tribal cultural monitor from the Confederated Villages of Lisjon being present to actually monitor the work. And the answer for that from the plan manager was that the tribes work together. And so there was an agreement that one tribe would be doing training and the other tribe would be doing monitoring. I wanted to flag that. On page 47, condition number 99, I was curious about, then that's number 3, archaeological monitoring. It says if cultural resources are exposed during non-disturbing activities. And I was wondering whether that archaeologist requirement was only triggered after a resource was exposed, and plan manager indicated that yes, that was the case. Let's see, on page number 62. And so condition number 114, I was curious as to when the signal warrant study would take place and how long it would take to complete. And the plan manager indicated that it would take place during the study process with the end user. So basically the sort of secondary transportation demand management analysis, once there was actually an end user in place, that they could do that. And it would ordinarily take 2 to 3 months. And so those are my questions linked to Exhibit A. Now moving on to attachment B. The environmental checklist. I've got relatively few questions linked to here specifically, but I do have a few. So, and this is going to tie in a bit to the other documents, but on page 10 of the CEQA analysis, it says that there was grading and import of fill soils occurred during the 2006 development of phase 1 of the Pinole Shores Business Park. But there are a few other discussions in D1 in particular, Appendix D1, that seem to state that, let me see if I can find the exact text here, actually. All right, there's a lot of sub things for this packet, so I need to dig around a bit sometimes to actually locate. Right here, so this was a report done in 2016, Appendix D. I'm sort of jumping around a bit here. And what it says is that on the first page, so page 2 out of 68, it says that the site is proposed to be filled with import soils from the Pinole Hercules Water Pollution Control Plant Upgrade Project and rough graded, provide 2 super pads for future commercial development. But the EIR seems to be stating that the only infill that was done was during the 2006 phase 1 development. So I was curious as to whether there was in fact import from the water pollution control plant site.
Oh, yeah, there was, as part of that site, the city, since we own the property, we used it, we did all the grading. And all that was reviewed by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, is found to be okay. So we just added more soil onto it, basically added approximately, and John and Hector, you can correct, it was about 12 feet worth of soils that was imported from the plant put on the site. So even the native soil is approximately 14 to 16 feet below hull to fill. So,
okay, so does that need to be indicated in the EIR at all? Because I know it's sort of a general overview, but it seems a little bit confusing there.
Is Olivia on the line? You might want to ask her that question.
I'm on the line. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Olivia.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Olivia Urban, Principal Environmental Planner with M Group. We were retained to prepare the environmental document. I understand the question is, does the past import of soil need to be characterized? I think that as we've just been discussing, there's evidence in the record that shows that this is the case. And so I think we're pretty clear that that is and has been done. And I think that there's no further modification needed. We've made that statement and it is part of the record. So I think we have that information in the whole of the packet.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. And I also still had some follow-on questions related to the EIR. Let's see. On page 26, project consistency with the 2010 FEIR with regards to scenic vistas. I determined that there are no scenic vistas within the city, and I guess I'm perhaps a little bit confused about what the definition of scenic vista is, because I went ahead and took some pictures at the site, taking a look at it. And there's also at least one picture of the site in attachment C that sort of shows what it looks like from the south. Let me see if I can find it again.
Again,
Yes, A5, photograph number 5, the south view from street and 88 path. Now, I recognize that scenic vista is probably a term of art, but to me, the view in photo number 5 looks like a scenic vista. So I'm curious as to why it's not.
Olivia, because I know there's distinct determinations of what a scenic vista is, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna refer to Olivia on that question.
Yeah, so the commissioner raised the question about the interpretation that the EIR has on what is defined as a scenic vista. What our consistency analysis does is it states the findings of the EIR. The planning manager is correct that it is a term of art, and the city has made a determination on what those scenic vistas are. I can look back at the language of the EIR itself, but we very briefly summarized here that the EIR states that there's no designated scenic vistas. So that doesn't mean that there's no lovely view corridors or lovely vistas. It just means that from a environmental perspective, there was no acknowledgement in the EIR that was adopted for the general plan that there was designated scenic vistas. So we were merely reporting out on that. And because of that, then this project site would not contain one and would not interfere with views of one. And when you think about kind of aesthetics and scenic quality and scenic resources, you really want to think about from public vantage points and how those views would affect a substantial number of people. And so given the location of the site and the visibility, we concluded that there are no substantial changes relative to the findings of the EIR.
Okay, so the important word there was designated scenic vista. So because the city hadn't defined that space as a scenic vista in the EIR, it's not protected for that particular purpose.
Yeah, and typically I can just add scenic vista might be, views of the bays or views of hillsides or ridge lines. Those are typically areas that might be identified as a scenic vista.
All right, my next question. Jumping forward, and this ties back a bit to my ex parte discussions with Commissioner Martinez, is on page 59 of 114, the phase 1 environmental site assessment. discussing the CREC, basically the lead impacted soils, 2,800 tons that were removed to 2 feet below the ground surface area from an area of the property and an area of the adjoining property. And I believe that D1 goes into more detail on the exact locations. And I don't want to necessarily speak for Commissioner Martinez here, but I believe he indicated that there was potentially some county level funding that might be available for remediation to mitigate that CREC. And I was wondering whether staff was aware of whether or not that was the case.
No, I'm not aware of any grants that were done to bring soil to the site.
If I can let Commissioner Martinez explain his point, perhaps.
Okay.
So recently, planning manager Hannah, in the Inflation Reduction Act, there were monies that were released on the federal level, sent to the state and now to the county that enable cities such as Pinole to look at different parcels they have where the soils have been contaminated and utilize funding to clean up some of these parcels with contaminated materials. So we were kind of in this discussion of, when the discussion was around the best use of this particular property, given the contamination in the area. So this is what we were discussing earlier. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Manis.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, and then moving on to page 68 of 114, discussing housing. It says that, there's a covenanted environmental restriction placed on the deed to the site prohibiting any use other than office or industrial. It's impacted by lead of the soils from previous uses an audio wrecking facility. While the lead has been remediated to levels appropriate for office and industrial use, it is above the environmental screening levels for residential, hospital, or daycare uses, and is therefore unsuitable as a site for housing. And I guess this is where I've got some questions that tie into attachment. Where was it? I know I pulled it off specifically to this. Attachment E1, and that's the soil management plan from 2002 for the former Anthony's Auto Wrecking property. And on the very last page of that, and I do mean the last, it's on the back of the document, essentially figure 2. It shows basically the property as a whole, how it looked then, going from the railroad all the way out to San Pablo Avenue, because it was all one giant block. The specific areas in the property that were marked as being lead contaminated or hydrocarbon contaminated. So there were a couple areas, one in the Pinole Shores, one area, I think it's like LF13, and then a much larger one in the Pinole Shore 2 area, LF30, LF31, LF29, and LF28 roughly, that were marked as lead affected soil. But it sounds like basically the entire region was flagged as you shouldn't use certain uses here because parts of the overall former property were contaminated. And even with the remediation for the contamination, there's still some residual contamination. But the reason why I've got questions about that in particular ties back into Appendix G, I believe. Let me find that thing. And the reason why the noise and vibration assessment ties in there is because I think at some point in there, it mentioned that basically there was a conditional permit. It may not be under G. I may have just written it, so it was actually C or something. But I know that one of the attachments mentioned that there was a conditional permit that permitted daycare to be built on part of the broader landscape parcel. And perhaps more specifically, going back to Where did it just go? Appendix E1, that the lifelong sort of urgent care / medical / dental complex was built over near where LF1 is, I think, if I'm doing a retro match between the map there and the overall map. So I know it's not strictly speaking a hospital, but it is a medical use. So I'm curious as to whether the constraint that was applied to the entire parcel, which includes but is not limited to Pinole Shores 2, also applied to the development that created sort of the lifelong building and allowed for medical uses there, or whether the restriction was more narrowly applied to just the Pinole Shores 1 and 2 sub areas.
That to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I mean, I wasn't around when they did the original meetings with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Because that's where the soil management came out of, and came out of all the negotiations between the city and the Pinole Shores, the original property owner of the Pinole Shores project. So I'm not quite sure about that. I just know regarding this project with the additional fill, they still follow under the soil management plan. And because they're not building any of those types of uses, that it's relatively a non-issue at this point. But they are maintaining that they're not impeding in any of the native soil. All of their project will be in the fill area of the property. So I'm not quite sure where we're going. I mean,
The question's a little bit complicated, so I apologize, but basically it was sort of, because I'm trying to fully understand the covenant and environmental restriction on the site and how broad an area that covenant covers. Whether it was covering the entire former
It
property.
covers the entirety of the site at issue.
Okay,
I can't speak to what other areas it might cover. But
and the,
it covers the current site.
and the reason why I was referring to areas outside of the particular site at issue was because I wanted to understand if that covenant also applied to those areas and modifications have been made to the covenant in order to permit different uses in those areas, whether that would impact the housing clause of this EIR for this site.
Yeah,
I'm not aware
confused
that
at
the covenant's ever been modified.
yeah.
Okay, because I know there was at least one segment that talked about an explicit exemption being made for a daycare on this site.
But so just to remind the commission, as you think about your questions, you have a specific project in front of you that is applying for entitlements,
Right. and
not
I'm
some hypothetical other project. This is the project that's applying for entitlements.
Sure, I'm just. And I guess I'll leave it at that. This was sort of a broader question linked to that particular clause of the EIR. Let's see. And I guess to sort of tie everything back into it, it was sort of tied into my ex parte discussions again with Commissioner Martinez regarding the potential highest and best uses of the site. What the natures and restrictions were of the covenant, what possible changes would be with regards to that and so on. So my inquiries were linked to basically,
Okay, I think we understand, yeah.
yeah. So then moving on to, let's see. Appendix B, the biological resources analysis. I think I wanted to note that there's the area to the east that I think Commissioner Martinez was flagging And it's discussed on page 21 of, or I guess it's page 1. For some reason, it says 2-1 for the page, but it's just page 1. Under findings, it says there's a drainage offsite to the east and a protected tree grove, which is indicated on page 10.4. And it says that that grove is riparian habitat. And there's a lot of management best practices and conditions in the overall conditions of approval to basically bind damage from being done to that grove. So I think that basically the reason why they aren't cutting down the eucalyptus trees is because the city's decided that grove is protected as riparian habitat. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure that I followed up on that. Let's see. I think that was my main question with regards to B1. C was confidential as usual, so I have no comments on that. D, the geotechnical exploration project. I think my main inquiry was with regards to Bill, and we addressed that. E, appendix E. Environmental site assessment. Did I have any questions there? Right, appendix E sort of tied back into my questions with regards to the EIR and the restrictive covenant. About that. Maybe that was where I said G. Appendix F, I don't believe I had any questions on. Appendix.
Through the chair, while Commissioner Manis is looking through his documents to see if there's more questions, perhaps we can go to another commissioner. I'm cognizant of the time and that there's still 4 commissioners left.
Yeah,
This
Good
question.
point. If you want to keep,
I
looking.
found this, there's not that much more, so if I could have the indulgence of the chair of the commission here. So in attachment G, the noise and vibration assessment, page 38, the report there seems to indicate that, and this report was made on April 24th, so relatively recently compared to the conditions of approval, that on page 38 of the report, it says that the relocation of the loading area building 1 would reduce noise levels from truck deliveries to below 55 dBA during daytime hours, and that basically the recommended condition would that be daytime noise levels of 55 LEQ or lower, but the actual potential conflict was with the nighttime noise level trigger. And I noted that in the conditions of approval, so that would be going back to document A. That condition number, the noise condition, so that would be condition number 109 on page 57 out of 67 in exhibit A says that it's going to meet the noise level requirements, nighttime hourly LEQ at or below 45 dBA, and condition number 110 talks on page number 57 and page number 58 basically talks about the requirements triggering on the nighttime noise level of 45 LEQ or below. But the ancillary packet that's talking about suggested conditions just seems to focus on daytime. So was that adjustment just made after the packet was created to focus more on it in the actual condition? And is the actual condition what governs over the packet information?
The actual condition is a condition of approval. So yes, the condition is what will be enforced as part of this project.
All right, with regards to appendix H, the transportation analysis, which I guess this is more of a broader staff question. It looks like basically appendix H and H1 are basically duplicative of attachment D. Is there a reason that we sort of have the same thing in two different segments in the packet, as it were? One of them sort of single-sided pages, the other one's double-sided pages.
The ones that are double-sided are.
Because sometimes that shows up in the packets were made at different times, or
H1 is the transportation demand management program. Okay, so
right.
that's,
So yeah, not H1 and D seem to be identical. Except for the way that the pagination is laid out. And I'm curious as to why there's the appendix H1 and then separately there's attachment D.
because as part of the project, when we did the original traffic analysis, we put the transportation demand management plan as part of that project. When the wholesale retail use was then added, we wanted to make sure that, and that's the second part of the H1,
Right.
is that we wanted to make sure that the traffic demand management was also included as part of that analysis as well. So it's kind of like it's the same thing, but it's two different analysis.
Okay, so it's basically included to provide context for appendix H2.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, because I was a little bit confused why we had the duplicate paper there. So then jumping back to attachment D, which is basically the same as attachment H1. I have a question about basically table 2. So that's on pages 10 and 11. That basically, and to a limited extent, table 12 as well. That all of the required TDM measures and to a lesser extent, even the encouraged TDM measures, none of them actually hit the effectiveness range of high. They're at best medium. And that's defined in notes for note number 2 on page 11, approximate effectiveness of reducing SOV trips. So that's solo occupied vehicle. And I was curious as to whether TDMs in other projects in the city have had any of the suggested or mandated TDM strategies actually reach the high effectiveness range, or whether a typical effectiveness in the low to medium range is just due to the nature of the transportation mix in the city, and low to medium is the best that it's feasible to get.
Well, most of the newer projects that we've applied the TDM for, they haven't been built yet, so we're not quite sure how some of these are going to be effective. However, as part of this project, we wanted to make sure that with the TDMs that we can pick and choose, working with the developer on getting these measures put in place. Remember that the overall transportation impact on the project is less than significance. So most of the time when you talk about the higher level type of TDMs, you would have much more impacts as part of the overall project. So in this case, the low to medium and transportation demands strategies are consistent with what the impacts are to the project.
And again, this is just for this project, not in context
just
of
for this
other
project.
projects.
This is just for this project.
Right.
So-
Just for this project. I was just curious as to the effectiveness range. If we haven't been doing effectiveness ranges in the other TDMs, that would answer my question.
right.
Let's see. And I think that is all of my questions.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Bender?
I had a question, my first question dealing with the site plan A1. I was kind of very curious about what the difference is between the so-called truck loading docks and then what I found later in one of the reports was referred to as the trailer parking ramps. Because they also have, the roll-up doors. And I was just curious because we've been talking about building 1 having, two truck loading docks and then building 2 having the 7. But then my first reaction when I was looking at the plan was, well, what about these other, so-called ramped parking spaces?
It's my understanding that those are for more like the smaller delivery trucks. Your FedEx is your whatever type of, not your big semi trucks.
All right, okay.
So that's the difference between the ramps and the
Okay.
and the loading
Okay.
docks.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a question regarding the Seeker analysis. It came from page 103, 104. Is it just standard practice with regards to like cumulative impacts is limited to the municipality that's under consideration for where the project is?
On what page? I'm sorry.
It was on page 103 and 104. And it was just about the cumulative impacts.
I'm going to let Olivia answer that question. But yeah,
I'm happy to jump in.
Yeah.
So this CEQA analysis is a consistency determination with the general plan. And the general plan anticipates cumulative build out of the whole city and also would anticipate at the time any surrounding cumulative effects. And so this is merely kind of tearing off of that and looks at the cumulative analysis in the general plan.
Okay, I understand when you're referencing like the general plan, that sort of specificity, but hypothetically, then it means it doesn't, it wouldn't necessarily take into account the various recent development activities in city of Richmond or Contra Costa County in that same area.
Correct. This individual project level analysis would not be looking at the cumulative effects of other outside agency decisions or actions.
Okay. Since the specific tenants are unknown at this point, if someone came along and wanted to lease one of the buildings and they wanted to do basically refrigeration required storage, which would then lead to, you know, transport refrigeration units, would that require a whole separate SECA review?
I would assume, yes, if they're bringing in additional, if it's just not straight warehousing, if they're adding more to the buildings, then we would definitely take a look at reviewing that and making sure, well, we review the use depending on what the total number of refrigerant is and all that compared to with what was approved as part of the original environmental document. And if needed, yeah, we would do a further environmental review on that.
Okay, thank you for that. With regards to the traffic impact analysis, appendix H-2, they talked about the, under the, I'll call it the new scenario for building 2, they talked about 100 truck daily trips. Is that assuming those trips are arrival and departing? Is constituting one trip, or does that translate into, instead of 100 truck trips, it's really 50 truck trips? I'm curious about that.
It's my understanding, and Olivia, is Fair and Piers online with you?
No, we don't, but it is one truck trip is coming in and then the next one is going out. So it's each time the truck comes is one trip, and when it leaves, that's a second trip.
Okay. That to me sounds like it means basically 50 trucks. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, good, thank you. Commissioner Sandoval, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had a couple of questions. First one, I think kind of a little bit more directed towards city staff. And kind of regarding trucks and the traffic impact as in the CVH as found on the staff report. Let's see, it's page 10. And I believe this is section 4, part E, saying that a potential traffic signal could be included in the entrance of the development. I'm kind of wondering what additional things or additional things will be added to ensure pedestrian safety in the entrance, because there's a lot of trucks and trying to make sure that all of the to ensure that's a safe pedestrian crossing, especially if there's a higher volume of large vehicles.
Yeah, thank you, Chris Sandoval. Is there more? Is that?
That's it for that part of the question.
Well, basically the A, B, listed on page 9, A, B, C, and D are going in. Those are going in as beginning of the project. So the moving of the crosswalk to the other, basically the other side of the intersection, the stop line, the widening of the lengthening of the turn lane, all of that is going in like immediately. The traffic signal will be coming in after that end user after it's been identified and we do the warrant study, and if that warrant study requires it. So all of the safety things, or the new stop sign, the crosswalk, all that is going in prior to occupancy of the building. So it's just the only thing that will still be warranted out there will be the traffic signal. And when we have 1 year of full occupancy, then we'll be able to determine whether or not that traffic signal is going to come in. And that will be the last of the impacts, the last of the mitigation measures, or that would be required for this project.
Okay, thank you. And then I did have another concern that I noted. And this was regarding trucks, but regarding the bordering residential area. Had there been any further study on the noise levels that could be heard by some of those residents? Kind of thinking, loud truck at 7 a.m. don't want to be waking up, especially if those trucks will be exiting and entering around the property.
On Sampo, yeah, as part of the impact, as part of the conditions of approval, and I don't think we mentioned it, as part of the noise study, we required that a noise wall be put up on in front of building 1, because that building is the closest to the residents in terms of truck traffic and that. And so we did mitigate with one of the conditions of approval that would add a wall to block those driveways that are coming in and out. So it will hopefully alleviate the noise of the decibel levels. So, and they have to be within the decibel levels of our zoning ordinance anyway. They can't exceed those within certain time frames.
So just for clarification, that would mean that the trucks, any sort of noise coming from the development would not be able to exceed the residential.
Well, it wouldn't be able to exceed what is allowed in terms of noise. So whether it's 55 decibels or 65 decibels, it wouldn't exceed that. And so the wall will help alleviate that as well.
Thank you. And then one final question. When the staff reports says that something is EV ready, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that infrastructure will already be there? Or would it mean that
EV ready means that all the conduit in terms of the electrical wiring will be ready to go. It's just they haven't put in the charging station. So for the 57 stalls, the 19 of those will have all the infrastructure, the charging stations, the whole 9 yards. The other 38 stalls will have all the conduit, everything ready to go. They just won't have the charging stations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That will be all my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamb Julian, any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. I do have a couple quick questions. One is on the de novo process, which is a question I'd asked planning manager Hannum via email earlier, but I had a kind of a follow-on question. I think it's more for Attorney Mogg. Is the de novo appeal process different than a normal appeal process? Because the reason I ask is Google de novo because I didn't know what it meant. And it came up as review without context, or something where there's no, like the city council wouldn't necessarily hear our findings or the discussion we went through if there was an appeal and it went to them.
all of the appeals to the city council are de novo. They would they could hear everything you said, but they would be making their decision independently.
Okay.
So in court cases, sometimes when you have an appeal, the court you're appealing to gives deference to the lower body and maybe only changes it if they've done something wrong. So here the city council doesn't have to, they can make their own independent judgment, but they'd have access to the minutes of your discussion and all that.
Thank you. I think this is a question for likely Olivia. The CEQA exemption, it's like it's predominantly based on the 2010 EIR report as a kind of a categorical exemption. How long is that EIR good for? How long does that kind of exemption last? She's still there.
Yeah, she's still there. Her microphone's muted for now.
I lost audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I think that question was directed to me.
Yeah. I think so.
So that's a good question, and it's something that is at the city's discretion to say how relevant is your general plan still, and is your general plan EIR still appropriate? So as long as you are continuing to have a general plan and build out in that fashion, and there hasn't been substantial changes or modifications, then the general plan exemption would apply, and you could continue to rely on your general plan.
Okay, so I guess we're still utilizing that 2010 EIR as a basis.
Yes, we are.
Under staff report, under page 9, under the ad hoc committee review. Then on the ad hoc committee review, I don't know if you, Frankie or Raphael were. Yeah. Planning commissioner, planning manager, Hannah, maybe you might know for item number 1. It's, using a different use of, based on the anticipated use of the buildings, the applicant is unable to revise the box style of the buildings. However, the applicant added sort of colors, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know what other things were considered or why they weren't able to adjust the architecture of the building? And I think then the second question is, was there discussion of matching what Pinole Shores 1 looks like? They're similar, but they're architecturally, they're aesthetically very different.
Well, and they're also, yeah, they were also the two different styles of buildings where Pinole Shores 1 is mainly set up for smaller condominium projects in terms of smaller uses, whereas these uses are mainly for bigger uses, more robust, industrial projects compared to 1 and 2, or I should say the 2 buildings in Pinole Shores 1. So that's why that's why those buildings look a lot different than the Pinole. So in terms of making those buildings look like the buildings in Pinole Shore 1s, wasn't going to give them the functionality they needed to do the projects that they wanted in that building. So
it's like I can understand that from a massing and a programming of layout, architectural layout, but from an exterior facade standpoint, I mean, the buildings they're different. I mean, window layout, stucco lines, coloring, etc.
They are similar. They do have some similar colorings. It's just they don't have the same. It's not the same amount. The building is more of the white with the more of the office style. The more of the based on the plan set. You look at more of the office areas are more of the colors similar to Pinole Shores 1, whereas the rest of the building is more just the white with the green windows, so to speak, the mullions on there. So that's where they kind of matched it. And because those buildings are a lot bigger than what's existing on Pinole Shores 1, it just looks like there's not very much of what looks like Pinole Shores 1 on the Pinole Shore 2 buildings. So because they do have stamping, they do have the concrete stamping, They do have they outline the color codes and that were similar in terms of the dark gray and the light gray. Were similar,
Yeah.
it was similar to what was done in Pinole Shores.
We don't necessarily know what was talked about in the ad hoc design review, or
What's that?
we don't necessarily know what was other options they looked at the ad hoc design review.
Ad hoc, they looked at, I can't, most of it was deal with the massing of the buildings and how we could, because these were squares and the other ones are rectangles, so to speak. That was a proponent on that. And so the elevations that face, they wanted to make the elevations that face the two buildings that are facing each other to be similar in nature. However, depending on how you look at where the office is, they only have the 2,500 square foot of office, and the rest of it's all building. And so we were trying to somehow either match by color or differentiate the color along that elevation that exists, that's adjacent to the Pinole One shore, so that it's similar. So that's kind of how that was addressed, or that's what was being addressed as part of that meeting.
Okay. And then my last question is, I think it's in the staff report, also page 22, the subdivision map act part. Where I think it's the item number E, at the subdivision of proposed improvements won't cause any environmental damage or substantially unavoidably injure fish or wildlife. Aside from sounds like the massive amount of soil work that went on at some point. I mean, that area's been kind of empty or not utilized for like the past 20 years, right? 15, 20
Yeah,
years.
roughly.
Yeah, so I mean, it's very likely that something has moved in potentially and has taken up residence.
Well,
As they do
based off the soil studies, so in the biological study, there was no infiltration of animals or anything, because there was nothing there. I mean, it was just plain. So, and I think I'm almost positive I read somewhere in the biological report that if there's the main animals were the birds. So, but because of the riparian area and because of the existing trees that will be planted, but there was nothing on the site. I mean, the site was pretty clean in terms of, it was the exterior of the site that created the habitat for the birds. However, if they do find something, they are supposed to stop in terms of and making sure it's not the mating seasons of certain. But most of the construction area that's being used is just there's nothing there. So I mean, at this point, so
But no one's consulted
what's that?
no one's consulted a consultant that goes around and looks and see what's established itself there.
Usually they get a biologist out there, and so that's why we did the biological study, just to make sure there was nothing out there. And if, and of course, they go out on certain days of the year to see what's out there. And then they'll make a recommendation that if and when, during construction period, there's a special bird that's in the trees, and as long as they stay away from them and block it off and do those type of construction away from construction, then they're okay. Something that's outlined in the biological report.
Okay. Sorry, I think my last question is, I know there's basically three parts of this proposal, this CUP and design review. I take it we're being asked to vote on all three potentially. We wouldn't necessarily break them up in 1, 2, or 3. There's really no use to that because it doesn't serve the project to break them up or vote on one or the other two or whatever. It's really all kind of all or nothing for this one.
That's what they are requesting.
And I have no further questions. Does anybody else have any other questions? Commissioner Bennett, you have a quick question?
Yeah, this is a procedural question. I noticed looking at the time and the agenda that it says that no public hearings will begin after 11 PM. So this is a question sort of to the city attorney. If we open the public hearing before 11, can we go through the rest of this item so we can finish it this evening? Okay,
Yes.
that's it.
The next step is open up the public hearing, correct? Yeah. Justin, is there anybody online on the phone?
Yeah, so I see two hands, but one of them might actually be from the project architect, from Herdman Architects. And the other person is Kevin Carmichael from earlier this evening.
And through the chair, the city's standard process is before to go to the public to call upon the applicant to make any comment. If they want.
Sorry, what?
Or you go to the public to give the applicant an opportunity to speak.
Oh, and the applicant is here tonight, so.
Yes, that is correct.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kevin Alcantara. I'm speaking on behalf of Urban Architecture for the applicant. Just wanted to commend staff on their very thorough report. And just, let you guys know that I'm available for any questions you guys have on the site design or the building design. So just wanted to put that input in there.
Anybody have any? Yeah. Anybody have any questions?
If there are any other representatives from the applicant here, do they want to make a presentation or?
I think staff's presentation was pretty comprehensive, so I think we'll leave it at that.
My name's Hector Vinas. I'm with GRP, and I want to thank you all for considering this project, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. And I do want to commend David. He did a tremendous job in preparing this, and the whole city staff has been really good to work with. So we've enjoyed the process. It's been long and detailed, and it's been a compromise on many items. Just to give you a little background on us, we are based in South Florida, but we do have roots in California. My wife's from California. We do projects in different parts of the country. We look for very specific projects that we think are, that are infill sites, that are sites that are already have had development, so that we're not tearing down any new, habitats or any new projects. This project, has a long history. I mean, it was owned by Chevron. At one time, it had the demo car place there that created a lot of contamination on the site. But hopefully, the plan is to develop some beautiful buildings and create some jobs. So I'm here to also, answer any questions you may have on the project and give you my best opinion. Any questions?
Now would be time for questions of the, okay. Commissioner Martinez, any questions for the applicant?
Thank you, Chair Benzuli. I guess the questions I have are related to the use of this particular project or these buildings, these warehouses. Having lived here, and we have a very large Amazon warehouse that's nearby, and so throughout the community, there's some concern about the amount of traffic that would bring. So that's one part of it. But more importantly, my gut's telling me I'm a little nervous with this one. And the reason for that stems from the fact that Pinole Shores 1 has those warehouses. two buildings that have been vacant since that property went up. So that makes me a little bit nervous, especially if there's no applicant that's waiting to move in there today, right? And then as we leave San Pablo Avenue and get on Richmond Parkway, there's a number of brand new, and there's the tilt up design as well, warehouses that have went up and they're completely empty. And they keep continuing to build more on Richmond Parkway. So if this is something that you specialize in, I guess, seeing how Pinole Shores 1 is empty, what is your organization going to do to ensure that there's somebody in there on day one? Because I can see this, I get a little nervous about this in that if we're trying to do a traffic study, we put these buildings up, there's nobody in there. And then third year, fifth year, 10 year, at some point, some trucks start coming in. We have no traffic light, right? So now there's going to be all these major things that are going to impact this. But in the meantime, we're going to need to sit for another 3 years, 5 years until those units are rented out. So what can your organization do to guarantee the city of Pinole that you're going to find some tenant of some sort to be into these facilities so that they're not sitting empty? And I say that trying to be very conscious because I respect the fact that you want to invest your time and energy into our city. I'm really grateful, I really am. But I just don't want to see more empty warehouses, and to build warehouses, to have warehouses with nothing in them. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It doesn't make
But
any.
I mean, this is your money on the line, not
Right,
mine.
And you're 100%.
So how can you help us make sure that we get that across the line?
You know, as far as Pinole phase one, you know, the way, like David said, what happened is those buildings were designed to be condominiums and small units. And of course, it was during the financial crisis. And I think right before that, when they were designed, there was a market for that. But after the financial crisis, that market disappeared. And that's why, I mean, we built a couple large warehouses in Richmond on Giant Road, and they did lease up right away. I mean, Amazon did take one of them. It was a larger building. It was over 200,000 square feet. These buildings are not the size that Amazon would take. As you know, there's a push for bringing back manufacturing with technology back into the United States. There's a lot of companies that I've talked to that are looking to leave China and are looking to come back as productivity increases and technology increases and allows them to benefit. I think everybody wants it back here. So there's going to be a lot of need for warehouses. Statistics that we have show that the Richmond area has less than 5% vacancy. So you might see some buildings that look like they are big, but there's a lot of square footage in that market. So it's still a small percentage. There might be some specific reasons why those are empty. I think if the design is proper, and that's why, we're going with the 40-foot height. I think that's critical for new users. And the look of the building, the location and the shape, I think these buildings will lease fairly quickly from our experience. We haven't had trouble in the past. So
Excellent. Thank you for your guidance. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Menace, any questions?
Sure, and I don't know, this might be more of a staff question than a question for you, but I think it's at least partially a question for you. Attachment A talks a bit, or not necessarily attachment A, but like technical appendix A, the air quality and greenhouse gas assessment talks about the operational truck traffic emissions. So on page 15, it's talking about how that was calculated using various different calculations, but it also points out later on, like apart from the operational emissions is the cancer risk that's seen on page 7 and 26. But there was basically on page 30, it's talking about the sales targets for medium duty / heavy duty vehicle sales. 100% of that need to be ZEV by 2040. And I guess, in your opinion, how rapidly is it likely to see? Do you think it's likely to see, say, before 2030, sufficiently widespread adoption of zero EV heavy duty vehicles that there would be a use for the electrification that's proposed, and the electrification capability, I guess I should say, that's proposed to be linked to the project docs and one of the conditions of approval? Or do you think that's more likely to be something that will be later, 2035, 2040, before it's actually fully implemented?
Well, it's a good question, but I wish I could predict that future. It sounds good, but yeah, it's going to depend on a lot of factors. I believe the technology is improving very quickly, but I'm not sure we'll be there by the 2030. That's only 7 years from now.
Okay, yeah, the reason why I'm asking rather than just treating it as a far future hypothetical is, the rate of, one part of it is just the, the infrastructure that we're asking you to install with the project and the conditions of approval, including basically under the loading dock improvements to allow for potential future electrification. The other part of it is the table 5 bit, the operational period emissions linked to project truck trips in particular, that basically how soon you'd see a decline in some of those things. Because I know a lot of the potential more concerning impacts of it are linked to the construction stuff. And we have stronger conditions of approval that are associated with that, because the impact of construction equipment can be, tracked and measured and mitigated for. But ongoing stuff like truck fleets, it's harder, if not impossible, to have control. Say, you need to have certain emission standards on the stack of this kind of truck, or you need to have the trucks meeting this emission standard, and so on and so forth. So I guess just the reason why I was asking that question was sort of getting a sense of how long the operational period emissions in your expectation. And again, like I said, this may be more of a question ultimately for staff and their projections, but I think it's also partially a question for you as the applicant, because sort of how you see the future like.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, but I think that, some of these reports, you got to remember, they take a worst case scenario. As we were talking before about the number of trips, and one particular building, was going to have 50 trucks, which would be 100 trips coming in, per day. And given the number of bays and everything that building has, that would require basically those trucks, 7 trucks turning every hour, in and out of, for that day. And for that type of building and that size building, that's going to be highly unlikely. I think that's, the worst case scenario. So a lot of these, and I understand that that's how it needs to be looked at from a worst case scenario. But, it's got a very low probability that will be the case.
Okay, so what you're saying is, even if there isn't a major transition towards ZEV heavy duty vehicles, that the report is fundamentally based around the worst case scenario, and so it's unlikely to be as bad as this is, just based on the regular day-to-day snarls and other interferences that make it so throughput won't be that high.
Correct.
Okay, so that's my question.
Thank you. Commissioner Bender.
Yeah, I just actually following up on that because they got a little confused, but you're providing for the electric vehicles for passenger cars.
Correct.
But I don't see anything related to the truck docks. Am I correct in that?
You're correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I got a little confused during that discussion.
Yeah.
And I think that's my only question, frankly.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, thank you. One of the questions that I had was, what is, since no end user occupant has been identified, what's the motivation for building development now, rather than waiting for a potential out user, so to speak?
So most of these buildings aren't built for a specific user, just because a lot of times, since the process takes a very long time, the users don't plan that far in advance. So usually their window is maybe 6 months in advance. So as we move forward and also, we cannot guarantee a delivery date. So we've experienced this before where we said, we've had a national company that wanted a particular site. We designed the building, but because of the, process, by the time, their need was at the moment. So we actually had to cancel the lease and they moved somewhere else. And when the building was done, somebody else took that building. So it's very difficult to plan ahead when you don't have your end date.
Would you say that it would be difficult to find a new user, so to speak?
Not when the building is ready. Once it's ready, it won't be difficult at all.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lam Julian.
Hey,
Hi.
what is the current market value of the land right now?
That's a good question. I don't know. We haven't appraised it. But we did, I think, when we first started talking to the city. So I would imagine that, given that interest rates have gone up, probably it's stayed more or less the same. But, it's hard to tell at the moment.
So the city has the value, the market value somewhere.
Yeah, yes, the city does have the market value.
It must be in some of the economic development stuff, that redevelopment stuff.
There's a sales price for the property, right? And then in the agreement between the city and the developer, I believe it's around $3 million.
It's over, yeah. Plus the easement. Right.
Okay, so I do understand that the planning commission does not have a say on the marketing plan, but just to kind of uplift what the other commissioners were stating, you have other projects in Richmond that were snatched up pretty quickly. We're just a little hamlet and just have you had, what is the marketing plan, if you will, to have a warehouse mixed use situation in a city setting?
We hire professional brokers that do this all day long. They represent national tenants. And we have relationships with them because we've done multiple transactions with them. So, they know the kind of product that we do, that we can meet their tenants' criteria. So therefore, they bring their customers to us.
And then how long normally is that turnaround time from when it hits market to have a tenant?
6 to 12 months usually.
Okay. Just the concern is just the characteristics of the community of having a warehouse kind of commercial space in the community that has been sitting vacant for quite some time, in just what value, what return can we kind of anticipate for that with this with whatever tenant that is, I guess is the concern of just being cautious about that. And just seeing how, just over in Richmond Parkway, Amazon, the trucks are coming in and out, and it's just, makes life a little bit challenging around pickup time and drop off. And it does actually affect morale. I mean, two caregivers trying to do pickup and drop off and what have you, and just having to compete with all of those trucks. Understanding that Amazon is larger and they're probably not gonna pick a site.
Right.
Okay. Of just taking that in consideration of just what does the community have to look forward to it? What kind of return on investment partnership that we could establish
Yeah.
is just a concern.
I think, the business that'll take this facility is gonna be more either light manufacturing like we talked about or R&D, which is gonna be a lot less truck traffic. So, provide more employment, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
I have two quick questions. Trying to understand kind of your role in the business model. Are you from predominantly a developer or are you an owner that stays on? Well, how does your kind of structure work with the future tenants?
No, we're the developer and owner of the property, yes.
Okay, so you develop it, then you stand as the landlord through however long.
Oh, yes, however long. Yeah.
How long, what's your, how long do you generally own properties for?
Probably on average, I would say about 3 to 4 years.
Okay, so eventually, there's a potential that this eventually would get flipped or sold to another owner developer at some point. Okay. And as far as the R&D side of things, as a potential tenant, I know you don't have a specific tenant in mind, but are you looking at like a wet lab or a pharmaceutical type manufacturing facility, or is it more of a distribution or storage, or what? When you say R&D, it's like there's something in mind.
Well, no, it doesn't. I mean, that has a whole range. I mean, it could be anything from biotech to, mechanical, right? So, or it could be electronic. There's, there's small, manufacturers that work with, the Defense Department or, the pharmaceuticals or different ones. So could be anything.
And in the past, it presumably done this in the past where you developed the building before you actually had a tenant. And if someone wants to move in and they require extensive MEP, for electronic facilities or biopharmaceutical, how do you work with that tenant in relation to, conditions of approval and the kind of the package we've developed so far?
Yeah, it depends on the tenant and what they need, and we'll definitely work with them to help them get their approvals. But they usually are pretty good at, they've done this before. They know what they need to provide, and they're usually professional about it.
But if you have kind of situations then where you've had to tell people, no, we can't provide that because they need extensive rooftop equipment or extensive electrical or something, where you've had to say, no, we can't do that because,
Well, you made I think you made you had the example of the refrigeration companies, and we have turned some of those down just because the amount of work that you got to put in there, and tenant improvements on the site is pretty extensive relative to either what they can pay as rent or what their credit capabilities are. So that's the only area that we've run into.
okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Is the next would be public comment? Oh, sorry, Raphael, Commissioner Manis, do you have another question?
Yeah, actually, it's just a follow-up reply to Commissioner Bender's question about the installation of the EV stuff related to the truck charging stations. I want to refer to condition number 104 ENV-COA-GHG-1 on page 51 of Exhibit A. It says, as a warehouse project with more than 3 off-street loading spaces, the project shall install 400 kVA of additional raceway, and then it continues to page 52. Conduit and electrical panel capacity to accommodate the future charging of medium and heavy duty zero emissions vehicles as required by section 5.106.5.4.1 of the Calgary Building Standards Code. So just wanted to make sure that both the commissioner and the applicant were aware of that particular condition.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Would and then open up for public comment would be next. Oh, you have a question? Oh, sorry. Yes, question, Commissioner Lamb Julian.
I just had a follow-up, since, your company is the developer and the owner. And just with the demographic here in Pinole, most of the residents commute to work. So then the jobs would be people coming into Pinole. My question is, have you had a program to where you establish a relationship with local businesses in an effort to kind of a collaboration with a smaller business to encourage the staff there, whoever, the tenants, to go ahead and hang out downtown, to go ahead and support businesses? Is that something, some sort of plan or something that you've done before to kind of help support small businesses and then establish a relationship now before you move on to next tenants and have that turnover?
I mean, that's not something that we normally get too involved in, because normally the tenant handles that, but we try to encourage them to, you know, to be a good corporate citizen and work in the area. So, so the answer is it's a good idea. I mean, it's certainly something we would like to see.
So Hector, before you go, if you could just tell the commission of how many people you plan on employing, or kind of the workforce do you think you see in this type of use, so they can get an idea of how many employees that we're looking at as part of the project.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you and I have spoke, David, I mean, it depends on which tenants come in and what they are, but you know, somewhere between 100 and 150. Yeah.
That answer your question? Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for the applicant before we move on? All good? Okay. Anything public comment?
I currently don't see any hands raised in the public, but maybe we could give it a second. Okay, there we go. This is from Kevin Carmichael. And okay, Kevin, please feel free to unmute when you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kevin Carmichael on behalf of Contra Costa Residents for Responsible Development and Unincorporated Association of Individuals and Labor Organizations who live and work in Contra Costa County. Residents urges the Planning Commission not to approve the project tonight because the city has not complied with the environmental disclosure and mitigation requirements of CEQA, and the project does not qualify for the streamlining exemptions claimed in the CEQA analysis and staff report. The city's CEQA analysis states that the project qualifies for CEQA streamlining under guidelines section 15168 and 15183. CEQA guidelines section 15168 allows streamlined environmental review for projects within the scope of a project covered by an earlier program EIR, where section 15183 allows streamlined environmental review for projects that are consistent with the existing zoning, community plan, or general plan policies for which a previous EIR was certified. The city's CEQA analysis claims that the project is consistent with the 2010 general plan and 3 corridors specific plan and the program EIR for the general plan and specific plan, and that the project will not pose any new or more severe impacts than analyzed in the prior EIR. This conclusion is not supported by the evidence in the record, which indicates that the project may have significant impacts on air quality, public health, and on biological resources, which are peculiar to the project and more severe than the impacts analyzed in the prior EIR. These impacts require project-specific mitigation measures. In this circumstance, CEQA guidelines 15168 and 15183 require the city to prepare a project-level environmental impact report to address these impacts and give the public the opportunity to comment. The city cannot rely on streamlining exemptions here. For example, according to the air quality analysis prepared by the city, the project's construction diesel particulate matter, or DPM, emissions would exceed the BACMed single source threshold, resulting in a significant impact without mitigation, and a potentially significant cancer risk to nearby residents and workers. The air quality analysis assumes the use of US EPA Tier 4 interim engine standards, and that these standards would reduce the project's construction emission cancer risk, and states that a future plan to reduce the project's DPM emissions by 75% would reduce the cancer risk to nearby residents below the BACMed single source threshold. However, the city's standard conditions of approval do not mandate the use of Tier 4 interim equipment. Instead, COA AQ-2 allows the use of Tier 2 and 3 equipment and requires that the applicant develop a construction operations plan to reduce the project's DPM emissions by no less than 70%. Tier 2 and 3 construction equipment is older and has much higher DPM emissions than Tier 4 equipment. The city's reliance on Tier 4 equipment is misplaced because it's not required by the conditions of approval. As a result, the existing conditions of approval do not mitigate the project's cancer risk to less than significant levels, resulting in a new and more severe air quality impact than previously analyzed, and one which requires additional mitigation. The city may not rely on streamlining exemptions and must prepare an EIR to accurately disclose and mitigate this impact. The project also has new and more severe biological resources impacts than previously analyzed. To comply with the requirements of the 2010 General Plan FEIR, Mitigation Measure 4.7.2b, the city prepared a project-specific biological resources assessment. The assessment found that the project would have significant site-specific impacts on nesting birds, including special status passerines and raptors. The CEQA analysis includes a new condition of approval, Bio2, which requires several site-specific measures to be implemented by the applicant to avoid and minimize potential impacts to these nesting birds. The imposition of this Bio2 measure requires the city to prepare a focused EIR under CEQA guidelines section 15183 and precludes the city from relying on a streamlining checklist because the city's own study to disclose a significant biological resources impact that is peculiar to a project site and requires project-specific mitigation measures to reduce the impact above and beyond the standard conditions of approval required under the prior EIRs. CEQA guidelines section 15168 also requires that the city prepare a project level EIR to analyze these impacts. Additional mitigation measures are required to reduce the project's potentially significant air quality impacts. Without additional analysis and forcible mitigation measures, the project may result in harm to nearby residents. And therefore, we urge the city to remand the project to staff to prepare a legally adequate subsequent EIR before bringing the project back for public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Justin, are there any other citizens to be heard?
No, I don't see any other hands up.
We consider the public hearing will then be closed. And we now may discuss amongst ourselves and ask any final questions of staff. Commissioner Martinez. Comments or closing questions?
Thank you, Chair Benzuli. The notes that came in from Kevin Carmichael, those are pretty significant statements that are being made. And I guess if I'm looking out for the well-being of the city, I want to make sure that we are really in compliance with whatever our state requirements are. The last thing we need to do is end up in a situation where we expose the city to a potential lawsuit or something along those lines. I would be asking for guidance from our planning manager, Dave Panna, and Alex Maud. I need some guidance from you both on how we need to interpret Mr. Carmichael's statements and ensure that we're in compliance with everything that is being mandated by the city and not sidestepping or removing steps in a process that may not have been followed appropriately, which I wouldn't be aware of. So can somebody step in and help me understand how to analyze this information that was just presented to us, please?
The city is comfortable that the CEQA exemptions that are being cited are appropriate and are justified. You know, the city hired a very qualified expert, you know, that was reported to the city, was not, you know, responsible to the developer to, you know, analyze this and analyze the evaluation of these impacts. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but Olivia was also worked with the city in all the residential housing projects. Is that? Yeah, correct. So this is someone, you know, the city has a long standing professional relationship with, and we're comfortable in that. I would add, you know, the city wouldn't, while a developer could while someone could always sue to challenge this city's determination, you know, it would ultimately be on the developer to defend that type of lawsuit if and when. So I wouldn't be concerned about liability to the city.
Thank you for your guidance. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Menace, any discussion or questions?
Yeah, I guess sort of following on Commissioner Martinez's question. I think that basically Mr. Carmichael's core argument was that anytime there's a substantial additional impact that needs to be mitigated by a project-specific mitigation, that requires a project-specific EIR rather than using the streamlining measures. I was wondering whether either City Attorney Mogg or Olivia could answer whether that's actually an accurate understanding of CEQA and the EIR process.
I can jump in. The question is whether or not if a mitigation is being added, if that automatically requires an EIR, and I would say no. There's many levels of environmental review, and there's a lot of interpretation of how mitigation, a condition of approval, a uniformly applied development standard can be imposed. And there's a lot of nuance here, and there's a lot of, you know, CEQA case law and different things to take into consideration when thinking about, you know, adequacy. You know, I guess I want to reassure the commission that staff did that in advance, and we worked closely with city attorney and in reviewing all the documents, and what is before you tonight is the culmination of that effort. And as you heard from the city attorney, we feel that this is a reasonable and adequate analysis, and it can be supported for this project. So, you know, whether or not you can add a specific mitigation and that immediately triggers an EIR is certainly, you know, there's a mitigated negative declaration, there's mitigation that can be imposed. So I wouldn't say that's a hard and fast interpretation of how mitigation is applied.
So I
Does that
guess,
answer your question?
I guess just to clarify, this is maybe more of a question for Attorney Mogg, that basically the city feels that if it adopted any mitigation measures, they weren't such as to require a project-specific EIR.
That is correct.
Okay.
Do you have any further comments, Commissioner Menace?
I have some comments, but they're not a huge amount of length, but they're a moderate amount of length. So I think we might want to let the other commissioners go through their comments.
Okay. Commissioner Bender.
My questions, concerns have been addressed by the prior commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes, a question for the city attorney. So under these, under the points brought up by Mr. Carmichael, why would why would a project specific EIR not be needed?
I would defer to Olivia to add some more context, but the CEQA exemption here, the requirements to use that CEQA exemption apply. And so a project specific EIR isn't necessary.
And I'm happy to add on, the commission knows from the packet before you tonight, we did a very exhaustive effort in demonstrating compliance with the general plan. Each of the environmental categories that we went through identifies the relevant general plan policies and the corresponding mitigation measures, and tracks very consistently with those to explain the status of those, how those are being implemented, and how this project would carry those mitigation measures forward that were previously identified in the general plan. So for those reasons, we feel very comfortable that the scope of the analysis, that the impacts caused by the project have been anticipated in the general plan. There are no new or more severe impacts. And so that was the determination that led to feeling comfortable with using this exemption.
Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamb, Julian, anything?
Nope, the other commissioners already asked for questions.
I don't have any more questions. I think I just have a discussionary item. My still main concern is just not knowing the end users and kind of what impacts they'll have to the noise, to the traffic, to the mechanical stuff on the road, any of that stuff. It's just kind of a very open-ended thing. I do like the condition of approval number 38, which is the end user parking analysis. And maybe one of the things we can apply is apply that to the noise and mechanical equipment number 42 and 46, so that once an end user is identified, there's another analysis done, noise and stuff, and see if there's any additional mitigation measures that need to be implemented for that. And then I was just going back through our comments about building massing elevation drawings, if there's still something we want to do get from that, or if we're comfortable with what's been provided. Eucalyptus trees and the maintenance on those, I think that was probably a moot point because it's actually Pinole Shores 1, I believe. The maintenance agreement for the road on Pinole Shores, I think if you want to add that as a condition of approval. I think the EV charging for the trucking and the track for the truck bays, I think that has probably been fairly exhausted. I don't know if we want to add a condition of approval or anything additional to that. Commissioner Menace, or I think also Commissioner Bender brought it up.
No, I mean, that's one of the positives of the project for me, but that condition of approval exists and is being implemented. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of it, because it seemed like there was some confusion around that particular condition. But I guess if we're moving on to comments now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last part before anything else.
So I guess going back to Mr. Carmichael's point, I think separate from the broader process point of substantial impact requires separated EIR, I think he had particular concerns about condition number 96. And also one of the eco conditions, condition number 97, ENV COA Bio 1 on page 43. So for condition number 96, I think that basically the condition, and Dave Haddam can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like the condition is sufficiently stringently written, particularly subpart 2, as opposed to subpart 1, that it requires an actual reduction by 70% reviewed and approved prior to any ground disturbing stuff. So basically, if they aren't doing the tier 4 things, there's either under set 1, they're going to be using emissions control that boosts it up to level 3 control devices that will achieve a 70% reduction, or we can shut it down because they're not meeting that condition of approval. Or B, they're doing it under option 2, the construction operations plan, And the city gets to check that before it takes effect and have it be reviewed by an independent expert to make sure that it will in fact reduce emissions by 70% or greater. So it's not just, oh yeah, trust us, and we're gonna have a bunch of tier 2 stuff and it's going to spew out colossal amounts of pollution. I think that either of the two subconditions there seem like they're strong enough to actually, lock that in.
I would agree. Yeah.
And then with regards to condition number 97, ENV COA Bio 1, starting on page 43. I'm not entirely sure when grading is going to start. I know that some of the project documents suggested that it was planned to start in April, but given that we're discussing this in May, it might start in June or later. So I'm not sure how much subcondition 1 is going to be met, but subcondition 2 is going to trigger subconditions 2 and 3 cover the routine protections for nesting birds. There's a required survey for bird nests. It's required to be done within 15 days of project start. So you can't just do it and be like, oh, we're actually going to start a couple months later. If there are already bird nests found, there's required buffer zones, significant buffer zones that are marked with orange construction fencing that can't have machinery or workers go in there.
Are you proposing any changes to this?
No, I'm reading over what's actually in the condition right now. So on pages 43 and 45 and 46, under condition number 97, ENV-COA Bio 1, just to reassure the public that there are right now in the conditions that we're being asked to approve tonight, significant protections for nesting birds and passerines.
Yeah.
Because I think that was one of the points of argument separate from the substantial impact point, was that the conditions were inadequate. And I don't think that's an accurate reading of the condition. I think that as listed, there are substantial protections built in, particularly on page 44, subcondition 3, established buffer zones.
If I just could, I think maybe you proved your point. So maybe if there's a condition for things looking to change things or add or modify, maybe this would be the time, not necessarily just to read it, it's already there.
Sure, right. I just wanted to reassure the public and the commenter in particular that, there are in fact protections. It's not like the city's saying, we're going to let them do whatever they want. Because I think that was a significant part of the concern that they were addressing. Right. I don't know how much my reassurances will count for with the commenter, but to the public more generally, I just want to know that, we do have protections.
I think we are at the discussion area. If there's anything you want to add, change, modify, or discussion area on any of the conditions of approval or any other items, this would be the time. Mr. Martinez.
Right. So I guess I'm looking favorably on this project, but I'll be very honest that I would really like, before this can go forward, even if it needs to go back to the subcommittee, we need to review what this building is going to look like in this community as far as those height requirements. As noted earlier, and it's in here on that A5, this is sitting on a bluff. It's significantly higher than the areas around it. And before I can feel comfortable approving it, I would like the ability to see what this looks like. And I highlighted that I would like to see it from all the different angles, from Pinole Shores to the housing development, from the high density residential around it, from the bay. I'm okay with looking at it from San Pablo Avenue. I don't have any issue with that, but I just want to make sure that we don't put up something so large that the neighbors come out in an uproar, and by then it's too late.
Right.
So
Is there,
Mr. Hannum, what would the process be to have that reviewed before these additional approvals could be granted? What's the process for that?
Well, I mean, you could have a number of different options. You could, continue the project the next meeting to review those, to get those in. Or you could add a condition of approval that would say prior to the issuance of a building permit or prior to the issuance of submittal of a building permit, that the elevations just need to be seen so that we can move the project forward. We'd have to work with our architects just to kind of take a look at that. And if it's similar to what we did with BCRE, we did, it was just, they weren't sure. But yeah, I mean, that's something that we would do. We could do. So, I mean, you could still approve the project, but you could, just make sure that the elevations are, or the height of the building is measured. I mean, the height is within the zoning code. I mean, it does meet the zoning code requirements. So even though it does have, you could have a substantially, a look on it. They are, so we have to be careful of that regard, but we can always have a look and see what it would look like from those angles. But I would recommend something that it would be done before, that it could be reviewed by, prior to the issuance of a building permit, that it could be reviewed by the ad hoc committee. Just take a look at to make sure that it's not that influenced. But like I would recommend, I mean, it's the aesthetic views or the scenic views are based on the environmental. There was no scenic vistas, but I mean, those are just some of the options. You can either continue the meeting, continue this item for the next couple of weeks and see if we can't get an architect to submit drawings to show what the elevations look like from, and we will pick the points. We will not just pick general points. We will pick exact points because that's where it's going to be seen. It's not a range. This isn't a range of views. It's going to be, from like, Savannah, the railroad tracks, from the bay, from the, that kind of thing. So I think that can be done fairly easily. But I would think that we can do it just like we did with BCRE. You approved the project, but yet you had the ad hoc committee review the elevations just to make sure that it met the requirements.
Would it change your opinion? I mean, you're going to see it. It's going to be depending on if you're, right at the shore versus 100 feet offshore. It's going to look scale wise. I mean, it's going to be a big facade. I mean, is it good? It's going to be a big facade facing the bay.
So
And the parameters. I mean, you got to remember, there's going to be landscaping all around that project. So there would have to be, that's why I've said there needs to be a specific timing, not just on day one, but what it's going to look like at year 15. That's what we did with BCRE. We included the environmental, we included the landscape, the growth of the landscape as well to see how it would affect the buildings. So we would need to do something like that there. So if we wanted to do something like that, where we could, grow up the landscaping 10 or 15 feet just to show the elevations. I mean, Hector, do you have a question or do you have a? If you go to the podium, there you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not sure how we could change the building. I mean, I think it's a pretty good looking building the way it is now. Obviously design is a matter of opinion, and everybody, not everybody may appreciate the same design. I think the architect did a pretty good job. But one concern is that, if we, for example, if you say, well, from the looks of it, it's too tall, we shrink it. And then I think then we could affect the market that we're trying to get, so we have to be careful if we're affecting one thing, then we're going to affect, we may affect the value, the marketing of the property and the eventual tenant that could go in there, which is important. You want to have, like we've all talked about, I think it's important for us and for the city to have the right tenant. So you want to have the property that's the most marketable so that you can choose the right tenant also. So you are not forced to take a tenant that, will have too many trips and too many trucks and it's got new technology or something more interesting. So you have to be careful about the choices. That's all.
I guess in a perfect world, and thank you for your comments, right?
Thank you. No, and
I really appreciate all of this.
No, and I appreciate your concern because I like the design also, and I think that's important.
It looks great.
And I think it needs to look good, but I think David's making a good point that, there is a lot of landscaping. If you look at that landscape plan, there's a lot of landscaping, and when you give it 5 years, it's gonna look totally different than, of course, the day you plant it, you know?
And totally okay with all of that. I guess in a perfect world, I'm okay with everything that's being presented in front of us. I'm okay. The only thing is that I would really ask that maybe in a perfect world that we hold off on the final approval, give us 2 weeks, let us look at the artist renderings, make sure that it's really not going to be a major change. And I say this, again, being respectful of the communities around it. If I owned one of those homes that are on that water that are close to $1 million+ and all of a sudden the structure went up that maybe I wasn't aware of, and, you know, they didn't come down, that may impact their quality of life. And I want to make sure that we're being very conscious of those folks in that surrounding community over there and their quality of life, right? Because they're going to hear those trucks, they're going to see all of that. So we've got to be as thoughtful and methodical in our approach to this project. And so, planning manager Hannah, would that be something we could do? Maybe get everything teed up and ready, and in 2 weeks, look at the drawings, and if everybody's in agreement with it.
The majority of the vote of the council, the commission. I don't know if they can do it in 2 weeks. I mean, I just said, it'd probably take a little longer because we have to agendize the meeting. We've got to have an ad hoc committee meeting. So you're looking anywhere between 6 weeks for the next to get them back here to the next planning commission meeting. So like I said, if we could handle it through like we similarly did with the BCRE project, so at least you'll have what you'll know kind of what it looks like in another 10 or 15 years and be more comfortable with what's there. Like I said, because it does meet all the, at this point, it does meet all the parameters in terms of height. And it does meet the zoning requirements for most of the development standards for this project. So I don't know. The other option I want to say that if you don't like it and you think they can't move the buildings or they move the buildings, it'll alter a lot of different things. It'll alter the environmental, it'll alter everything that you do. You flip the buildings, you move the buildings 10 feet to the left, 5 feet to the south, 4 feet to the north because of the look. You're gonna you will have basically started a new project in that regard. And so that's why I would recommend that. I think the commission should see what it looks like in 10 or 15 years, because that's really what we're looking at. Because with the landscaping and the trees that are going to be there in front of the building as well as along the perimeter of the thing, I think that needs to be looked at. So that's my opinion. Is I would refer it back to the ad hoc committee, just have a look at, see where it is, but continue moving on with the project.
Yeah, Commissioner Bender.
For Commission Martinez, I just want to say, I would actually echo David's comments as a retired architect. Any of those things he's outlined is like start over. And I just wanted to also point out on the site plan and the landscape, the area right here, this is bio retention pad here. That will actually, the houses over here will have that direct view. There is some screening provided by some trees here. From the Bay Trail and all the area here, the Bay Trail actually is way below the grade of here. And with the trees, and there's also houses there, you're not going to see this project until you're over approximately in this section where there's a hill, which doesn't have trees. You will be looking back this way approximately. You are going to be seeing a lot of trees that are screening the building. Granted, those trees are not going to be 40 feet high, I doubt it. But there is a fair amount of screening going on.
Yeah, my recommendation, Commissioner Menace.
I
Oh,
actually
sorry.
had some more.
Oh, sorry.
I'm one of those, I don't think buildings always have to look like the buildings next to them. These buildings are definitely, as other commissioners pointed out, are distinctly different from the phase one. I think that's frankly is okay. I'm not bothered by the coloration difference. There is a difference here from what I can see and what I remember seeing on site. that really doesn't bother me. I think the siting and what they've tried to do with the truck loading docks, which when I first saw this project, I had frankly a miserable weekend contemplating these trucks. I happen to live on San Pablo Avenue in the old town, so trucks and me don't quite always get along. But I think I appreciate what they've done in terms of the siting of it to minimize it, the impact on the surrounding residential areas. I do want to get back when we start talking about conditions of approval with regards to building one, because there's something in the conditions of approval I think needs to be changed regarding that. I would like to compliment the landscape architects for their the plants that they're using. They are most of them are actually, almost all of them, the ground covers are very sustainable. The trees go into sort of the moderate category, but that I think is okay. And I'm actually pleased that for the trees that are on the east side, they're not mimicking the trees that are on the east side of the phase one project. They're using a ginkgo, which I think will actually, especially in the fall, will be very handsome against the palette of the building.
You want to go over what the building one condition for approval? Right now, just so we have it on
Yes,
the table.
there was in the acoustical analysis. I was trying to find that document and I can't find it in this immense pile that I have. But it related to a screen wall adjacent to the loading dock. That was one of the options. And I see that reflected on the actually the architectural drawings that there looks like there was a wall there. Oh, Mr. Menes has that. But one of the conditions in there was the part that got my attention was in the actual conditions of approval.
You have a number?
Yes, it was on page 57. It's condition approval is ENV-COA N01-3. Basically repeated what was in the acoustical report, and it said prior to the issuance of occupancy, in essence, building one could be redesigned. I don't know why you would ask a client just before they're trying to get their occupancy certificate, why they'd be asked to be redesigning the building. And it's already gone through plan check. So I would actually like to see that scrubbed or at least completely reworked in the conditions of approval on that. And I would also like to actually ask if the client could make a comment about that. Because to me, I could understand not wanting to do that given the locations of the loading docks between the buildings. And if in fact building one was flipped, I think that there would be a lot of conflicts going on between the loading docks and the trucks between both buildings, because they would be bunched up in one area. So I think that's the one on condition of approval I'd either like to recommend it be struck completely. It's not an option, but the others could remain.
I'd just like to interject briefly because this was actually one of the questions that I asked Planning Manager Hannah earlier, and I guess I should have brought it up. I asked basically whether that subcondition, basically subcondition one, the redesign had already been reflected in the packet that we received. And he said that it had been. So the packet that we're seeing tonight already includes that redesign. It's not asking for a new thing.
Yeah, it's the wall. It's the wall is the,
Exactly.
yes, the wall is the would be quote the redesign.
But I'm not specifically, it's the condition of approval. I think the reference of that should be struck because that was part of the acoustical analysis and I appreciate that, but I think for the conditions of approval, that should be struck.
So so just so I understand, you would like number one on condition.
Yeah.
On conditions, environmental
ENV-COA NOI-3 on page 58 actually be stricken because fundamentally, if you're about to occupy a building, I can redesign it at that point. It's kind of a, I don't know what to do at that point.
Before you're getting.
Yeah, right. You start over, sorry.
The building's
I
already
mean,
built.
I guess you could put something that says if you did all this, like, and the wall didn't work, you have to do something else. And number 2, 3, and 4 didn't work, but they'd have to add a bigger wall or a taller wall or something else to mitigate the noise. We could
That's what you'd be looking at
Yeah.
that point, adding even a taller wall than the 10 foot. It was recommended.
I mean, it seems to me as though subcondition number 5, talking about the wall, says the minimum height of the barrier is 10 feet tall. So if the barrier needs to be taller, it sounds like that's already permitted.
Yeah, it's already taken care of, yeah. Okay, so I think we're just deleting number 1 out of that COA, then we have to modify it. Then.
Because it's already been done,
It's
if
already
I
been done,
understand
yeah.
it correctly. So it doesn't even need to be there. It's just superfluous.
And since the wall is adjacent to the building, the wall would just rise adjacent to the building. It would reach down.
Commissioner Bender, I think you're, anything else? Commissioner Bender, are you good? Go. Commissioner Menace?
So at this point, I'd like to thank staff for the time they put together to go through, generate all these reports, put them together, bring it to us, and also, you know, tolerate our, and frankly, my many questions and comments over the course of the evening. I think that ultimately this project, even if it might take a little while to bring tenants in, will be a net benefit to the city of Pinole. I think the conditions of approval, broadly speaking, address most of the concerns that I would have with the project about potential negative outcomes and potential EIR violations that they're built with the usual care that staff chose to compensate for those potential issues. I think that architecturally speaking, I was wondering whether it might be possible with regards to subdocument 5 to just sort of do it like, not even a full redesign, but just like a brief drawing. Like, for example, for North Aerial View 1, we know how tall Pinole Shores 1 is, right? Like, how tall is that building?
I'm not positive, but I think it's right around that between 35 and 40 feet range.
So it's basically the same height as this new building would be, right?
Yeah.
So basically just copy it and move it forward a bit. Then you've got a rough idea of how it'll look in the space. I mean, it's not a one-to-one copy because it's a different structural design. It's more box-like. But I think if we're just worried about, like, you know, sort of visualizing the thing in the space, that we don't need to do a full-on continue it for 2 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever, have a whole architectural thing. We could just sort of project forward the existing design to get a rough idea of height impact and so on and so forth. I think the design is interesting. It's striking. I don't think it's simply bland and cookie cutter. I think the way you've got glass working with the different colors is remarkable. And I think that it's architecturally distinctive. I think it would be a benefit to the community, frankly, in terms of visual design and draw for future tenants to have sort of a more distinctive visual design to pull in tenants who are maybe looking for a more future forward aesthetic, that it isn't a perfect match with Pinole Shores 1. So aesthetically and architecturally, I think that it's worthwhile. The main point of hesitancy that I had towards the project is, you know, the trucks and the pollution that'll be generated by the trucks. But depending on how quickly the zero emission heavy duty stuff comes into effect, and given the fact that as one of the conditions of approval, as I've stated multiple times tonight, there's going to be required to be a build out for that whenever it happens. I think that mitigates my concern on that point as well. So right now I'm inclining in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Menace. Commissioner Sandoval, any final comments or edits on the conditions of approval or anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Also echoing some of the sentiments felt by some of the commissioners, and also feeling quite well about the project. I do kind of want to echo some of the points by Commissioner Martinez about how this would impact some of those residential homes. So I think it would be nice to be able to see what the view of the building would look like from that residential area. As a, you know, giant building in the backyard, that's something that I think a lot of people didn't account for that when they purchased that home. So I understand that. But I think generally I still feel pretty good about the project, and I think it would be a net benefit to the city. But again, I still have that little wariness of not having an end user. But you know, it's if the developer is telling us that it would be occupied quickly, or they would find a tenant quickly, and so it's a little bit reassuring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Landrigan.
So I was really kind of leery about, again, not knowing what the end user, what that would look like. I do want to say appreciate knowing that you are the developer and the owner, and just being really transparent and explaining it to us, to me, so I understand it. And then also to echo Commissioner Martinez of just, I'm a visual person, and if I could see what that looks like, that would be really helpful. And just again, thank you to the staff for this really large packet and all this information and all of your hard work. And I am complete.
Okay, I am good as well. I think the only thing is the condition of approval, number 38, that kind of end user parking analysis, similar language for conditions of approval 42 and 46, that once they do have an end user, the mechanical equipment and the noise are kind of reviewed again. So they need to be changed. So it's similar, I don't know if it just reworded so that the end user 38 comes part of 42 and 46. That kind of makes sense.
Chair, can I clarify a moment for that? Number 46 are sort of objective noise standards, decibel levels. What are you suggesting that would change?
Right, so once an end user's identified, that they review the noise generated either by, their operations, the mechanical equipment, the amount of traffic in and out, whatever, because since we don't know, I think it's incumbent upon us to have it reviewed once it is known. Does that help clarify? Are we within our purview to actually force that or add that?
Yeah, those objective standards will apply to whatever user comes in those noise standards. So they have to already meet those noise standards. But we can modify that to make that a little clearer, to say the noise standards established in the general plan should be applicable to all developments, and staff will review proposed end users to ensure compliance.
Yeah, I mean, presumably as people move in, they pull a building permit to do whatever modifications they want to the space. So this gets somewhat tied to that.
And they're still gonna have to fall within the standards, because that's what our standards are.
Okay.
So as they come in, we'll review that use to make sure they don't exceed those standards. That runs with the land.
Yeah, and it's an ongoing requirement. So if they start operating in violation, we could go through an enforcement process then.
Then maybe it really only applies to 42. Based on whatever future tenant.
It could be maybe modifying 42.
Okay.
46.
Okay. I think I'm good. Does everybody want to make a motion one way or the other, or are we done with the discussion?
I just have one point. There was references, it was in the staff report, I believe, about the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., referring to exterior activities. Trucks coming and going. I don't remember seeing that though in the COA. I found some, I'll call it vague references related to acoustics, but I didn't really see it outlined anywhere.
Well, as part of condition number 46, the bottom of it has the daytime, even though we're operating from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. For evening. So
I saw that, but I didn't, to me, that seemed like it was open to interpretation. Wasn't explicit enough.
So through the chair, this is the language in the staff report. It says the operating hours for this type of use, which are generally 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays. Some uses could require 24/7 operations, with the largest shift of employees being 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. So there isn't a condition on operating hours for this use, although how noisy they can be changes based on 46, depending on the time of day. So they can't, any nighttime operations can't exceed the 50 decibel level, in the residential district, which is relatively quiet, and 60 during the daytime. But there's no restriction, at least in here, on them operating, at nighttime.
I also think that would be relevant to the conditional use permit for whatever tenant, right? They'd be coming back and say, we want to operate during hours X to Y, and so that would be its own permit, right?
Well, it could be a staff revision in terms of when the end user comes in and they ask for operating hours, as long as they're operating within the hours of the noise, because you are allowing them to work either 24/7 if it's internal, or if it's 7 a.m. to 7. I mean, we gave you the list in the staff report so that we gave flexibilities, but in terms of like the noise and the decibel levels and all that, that's a whole different, that's really to that. It's not really strictly the operating hours. So if you're going to say that you only want them to operate between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., that's one thing. But as City Attorney Mogg said in the staff report, it was more of a generalization based on the different end users that are.
I'm just raising that issue just with the concern of trucks.
Right.
I frankly don't care what goes on inside the building.
Right.
And I don't care of someone driving their car, going, leaving. It's the trucks is my biggest concern.
So the truck noise, would not be allowed to exceed that decibel limit overnight in a residential neighborhood. So, while there are residential neighborhoods surrounding this, there's a little bit of distance between them, and that, I think a truck, can't say for sure, but if it does, it seems like a truck just driving in probably wouldn't exceed that sound in the residential neighborhood. If it's honking its horn, maybe differently, but if it's just driving in, and if it does, that would be a violation of that noise limitation, and the city could, address that through enforcement. And if it's not correct, then ultimately, the city could revoke a CUP if it's not complied with the conditions.
Or it could be or the conditional use permit could be modified. So it could be brought back to be modified. So you by approving the conditional use permit, you have the ability to re-review if necessary.
Okay. Is there any other further discussion? Otherwise, does anybody want to make a motion?
I will move that the planning commission approve resolution 23-04 with the various associated exhibits, including approving the comprehensive design review DR 21-19, the conditional use permit for wholesale distribution and parking reduction CUP 23-03, and tentative parcel map PM 23-01 to construct two buildings totaling 170,692 square feet, and merging 5 parcels into one located at 830 through 848 San Pablo Avenue APNs 402-230-015, 016, 017, 018, and 020, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act with the modification to condition of approval number 42 indicated by Chair Ben-Zuli.
Anybody want a second?
I just want to make sure, I'd like to offer the second, but just ensuring that, we do have the opportunity to still review this in 2 weeks or something. But if that be the case and we have that language in there, yes, I'd like to second the motion.
I think the motion that I'm making is frankly without the additional 6 weeks to have our architects draft the review and bring it back. If nobody wants to second that motion, that's fine, but I wanted to raise that as an initial motion.
Are you okay with doing it through ad hoc? Or do you actually want to get the drawings before you're willing to vote one way or the other?
If, Commissioner Venice would be willing to add to the motion that this come back before the ad hoc to review it, to make sure that there's no significant impact to the neighboring properties, I would be agreeable with moving forward with the moving forward.
I guess my question to Plan Manager Hanham as the Attorney Bog is what impact would having it come back to the ad hoc committee be compared to continuing the item and having it come back to the next regular planning commission meeting?
So it sounds like what the request was to approve the entitlements today, but have the developer, the applicant submit those plans to the ad hoc committees, just so the ad hoc committee can view them and perhaps provide comments to the developer, but that entitlements would have been approved already. Is that correct? So it sounds like perhaps the restate the motion would be to approve that resolution with the modified thing and a requirement to submit
Building elevation.
You
Yeah,
submit
the-
elevations,
yeah.
submit elevations.
building elevations, so the ad hoc committee can review and provide comment.
But I'm not sure much is going to change.
Right, but the goal would be if it is a blurring wall of white and you can see in A5, there are homes right there that face that property. And if I were in one of those homes and there could be a taller tree added or something to soften the blow of the white wall facing my house now, I would appreciate that somebody took that extra step to look at that and advocate for them.
I think that's fair. I don't know if you change the architecture, but if you can get more mature trees or additional something like.
Taller tree.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Soften a
necessarily.
white wall
Yeah, 'cause I think
into a gray wall.
the architecture would probably change the whole package at this
Yeah,
point.
I'm not saying anything architecture wise, but if we need to review that and ensure that.
Okay.
that
You're
the
saying
white walls
basically
are facing-
Bigger
look-
trees.
basically looking at it once it's in place and making sure that it's adequately shielded by proposed tree growth to make sure that there's not, like a huge glaring impact on the residential areas, and have that looked at by the ad hoc design review subcommittee so they could do, design review. Yeah, I'm fine with that amendment.
Should bring Ann back to talk about trees. Okay.
Yeah, because moving trees around, you're gonna be limited, in particular, that one area I was pointing out because of the bio retention area, you can't relocate that because then that changes all the paving.
Right.
Grades and everything. So you're back to, ground zero, I guess, if you want to look at it that way,
Yeah.
or square one.
Okay, so I think we're back to just at the ad hoc committee with limited for
Working, I
zero
know
architectural.
The
comments,
planning
it's just-
commission, the planning manager will work with the ad hoc committee to provide comments to the developer on ways to soften any impacts.
It's not necessarily changing architecture. Okay.
And just to note to the commission, there were some minor discrepancies in the square footage, nothing, 100 feet there, 100 feet there. There'll be corrected and made consistent. in the finding.
Okay, I was just reading off of the attachment A for the conditional approval. Just
Yeah.
figured I should just read off that just to be sure. we have
Okay,
everything.
I think we probably,
But yeah,
we
it
probably
sounds like we
those.
have
we have a motion on the
motion and a
floor.
second with the friendly amendment to have it go back to the design review committee to possibly suggest taller trees depending on the actual impact as shown in the visualizations. So yeah.
Right.
Discussion time.
I think we can do a roll call. There's a motion on the floor.
And you have a second?
We have a second.
Okay. Ready for the roll call? All right, Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner M. Julian,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Menez,
Yes.
Chair Benzuli.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Approval of the
Okay.
project.
This is the appeal portion. Any person may appeal any action of the planning commission or the planning manager by filing an appeal with the city clerk in writing within 10 days of such action. Following a public hearing, the city council may act to confirm, modify, or reverse the action of the planning commission, and the planning commission may act to confirm, modify, or reverse the action of the planning manager. Cost to appeal a decision is $500 and a minimum 2,500 deposit fee. That's the sense of the planning appeal language, right?
Yes.
All right. All right, I think that concludes item E, the public hearings. F, old business, as there says there's none. G, new business, none. Is there any new business? There's none. H, city planners, commissioners report.
I don't have a whole lot. I do want to say, I also want to thank staff. I want to thank Lily and Alex and Justin. It took a village to put this thing together and I appreciate all the help that I got, putting all this together as well. So I want to thank them as well. And Stephanie Downs, with Meyer Naves to, helped us with some of the background info. So again, I want to thank everybody for that. Other than that, now that this is the last of the big development projects, so we got through them. And we'll be bringing forward some more items regarding policies now. We'll be looking at the objective development design standards. We'll be looking at the safety, doing the safety element and housing, the safety element and the environmental justice element. Those will be coming before you probably in the summertime. So I'll just leave that there. Those are a couple of big projects that are coming through. So. And if you have any questions of any projects, I'll be happy to answer those, but that concludes my report.
Thank you. I, communications, this is none. Anybody have any communications?
I just have a comment of trying to going forward, but it was echoing, I think, some of the requests that were being made with regard to this project. I think it would be going forward, if there are any projects coming through, the 3D visuals from surrounding property is really helpful. And I would just like to, hopefully that will happen in future projects.
I would agree. That's the second time with kind of this item.
Yeah, this is out of the 6, this is the second time out of the 2. So yeah, Justin and I are going to take a look at our application procedures and what gets submitted as part of and that's, we have that on our schedule to do. So we will be looking at application materials to be submitted, and that will be one item that we will definitely add to that. So.
And I don't want to be try to be an irritant, but consistency in terms of north arrows and so forth and so on. Yeah, it's really kind of helpful.
Okay.
I kind of was doing some head turns throughout the weekend.
Okay.
Our next meeting item, J, will be regular meeting will be May 22nd, 2023 at 7 p.m. And unless there's anything else, I will adjourn the meeting.